Is it time?
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day.
We'll see what happens. We'll know in a very short period of time, but it looks like it could be something that will be not good. Believe me, not good.
I am a dissident.
Don't move. Move.
I'm saying no. Why you hear Palantir, 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 Palantir? Stop.
Seriously, we need to release the F-scene list.
Turns off.
I am not a church boy.
Turns off.
They're full-on vampires.
They hate our beef. They hate our beef. They hate our beef because our beef is beautiful and theirs is weak.
Not good. Believe me, not good.
Hello, dissidents. Welcome one and all to a Sunday evening edition of the Do Dissidents podcast. Keaton Weiss here with Russian Russell Dobular, of course. See what I did
Hello.
there?
Yeah, cute.
Yeah.
Yes, I did see Rush at the Garden last night.
Nice.
Strangely, coincidentally, it was the 11-year anniversary of the last time they played with Neil Peart. Their gone too soon legendary drummer, actually. Last night they announced that on stage.
Oh, wow. Cool. Well, we'll find out all about that later, but we have a very special guest this evening. So, Russell, why don't you introduce our guest of the night?
All right. This is Joel Whitney, who I first met. We were pretty lit at Katie Halper's house on New Year's Eve. I told him I had his book sitting on my nightstand. I think he said that's probably the best place for it. But I actually went ahead and read it, and it blew my mind. So he not only wrote Finks, subsequently he followed that up basically with a sequel called Flights, Radicals on the Run, which is about the impact that the CIA and the FBI, the intelligence services, harassing and investigating and spying on activists, the effect that had on a lot of these activists, some of whom had to flee the country, some of whom had their passports taken away from them. Both amazing books. And in honor of our interview, we have Finks back up here behind me. So order your copy if you haven't already. I'm sure you are going to by the time we're done with this interview. So let's bring on our new friend and fellow member of the Dirtbag Left, Joel Whitney.
Hey.
How are you, Joel?
Hey, guys. It's an honor. It's an honor to be an aspiring member of the Dirtbag Left.
No,
and it's an honor to see my book graduate from the nightstand to like your bookshelf.
It's yeah, that's a spot of honor. That spot has been held by Elon Pape for like 2 years. Yeah, so you're a good company there.
I'm in great company.
We're almost at the Dirtbag Left. We're currently the low-life scumbag left, but with some effort, we'll ascend into the Dirtbag ranks. Yeah,
that's right.
A little elbow grease.
You're smart enough to be in the Dirtbag Left, not us, but we're getting there.
We're getting there. We're working on it. All right, Joel. So this is something, honestly, the longer I do this, very often I'm educated by my own audience. I didn't really know anything about the Congress for Cultural Freedom. I assume I'm not alone. I think a lot of people, particularly in America, even if you believe that politics is manipulated, even if you come to realize the media is manipulated, I think it's hard for people to think that what they read in literature, what they see in a gallery, is manipulated. But Finks really lays out that history very well, that you had the Congress for Cultural Freedom. And also, this is something you get into that I had never come across, the American Committee, which in a lot of ways, I think has a lot of parallel to some of what we see today. So can you explain for people who don't know what those things were?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you and I share the view that this is kind of a precursor to some stuff we've been seeing long since the demise of this C.I.A. front called the Congress for Cultural Freedom. And, at some point we should get into what was it, Caleb, who was on recently to talk about his Trotsky book. There's some things that I see on Twitter that are like very much reducing this story to obviously something that fits on Twitter. And I think some of the nuance has gotten lost. And I think when I wrote the book, it was my first book. And I think I was aware of like academics who like fight viciously for their books about this kind of stuff, the diplomatic historians and, people who've done this stuff. But the real sort of breakthrough was Francis Stoner Saunders' book, The Cultural Cold War, which was called Who Paid the Piper in its original British format. But basically, I'm a guy who comes out of an MFA program. This is probably a strike against me for my aspirations to be in the Dirtbag Left.
We've done all right, and they call us theater kids.
That's right. Well, no, I mean, I spent more than, I think I've yet to earn in my whole career on this graduate degree in poetry, of all things. And the program that I was a part of, the professor was the poetry editor of the Paris Review. And at some point I was on the journal, the journal for the literary journal at my grad program. And I realized that you get to flip the script. You get to like put your professors in print. And so I went to this guy who was the poetry editor of the Paris Review, and we published him in the school magazine. And I was just aware of this, this other life that I was thinking I could have been an academic publishing in these little literary journals. And so we some friends founded an online magazine called Guernica, which was trying to do what literary journals do, but also trying to deal with the fuckery of the Bush administration's build up to the Iraq War and the War on Terror. And we kept getting pushback from boomers who were saying, literary magazines aren't supposed to be political. Right. And at a certain point, I entered into the story because I heard that the Paris Review had been some sort of CIA op. This is what hooked me. So I did a deep dive, and I found out that Francis Stoner Saunders' book was indispensable. But basically, the CIA was worried after the war. They watched Allied forces cross in occupied Berlin into the Soviet quarter to see Russian ballets and Russian composers and other such cultural events. And they thought, we need a ministry of culture to just do soft power battle against the Russians. And this is when a lot of crazy shit started. One of the things they found out was, a lot of Americans, especially the right wingers, really don't like big government. And so as they were simultaneously basically inventing the CIA from the ashes of the OSS, or maybe the ashes is the wrong word because the OSS did what it was supposed to do, but they were lobbying for a full-time OSS, and the CIA was born. And at some point, I think Truman did a little test run where he took some State Department money and he sent, this is probably maybe, if anything, a footnote in the book, but he sent basically abstract expressionist writers to places like Ohio and sort of the outback portion. I mean, no offense to Ohio, it's got some great cities, but it went on this tour where people were just not prepared for this so-called avant-garde abstract art. And it got so disastrously panned that Truman kind of ran for cover, and he had to insult his own exhibition. And so they realized that the State Department funding it was going to be insufficient because of this potential for pushback from the right or from the less urbane Americans, to put it politely. For various other reasons, they thought the propaganda apparatus that they were trying to build would work better if no one knew it was state-sponsored. And so the way to do this with the magical, invisible, unaccountable budgets of the CIA, the Congress for Cultural Freedom, was one such quasi ministry of culture that was born. I mean, there were others that I touch on in certainly in the first book, the Free Europe Committee and other things. So there were other CIA magazines outside the Congress for Cultural Freedom, sponsored by different wings of the CIA.
Well, and a different all around the world, right? In Japan and South America, they were funding all of these literary magazines, and they would get the writers' work in exchange for kind of a quid pro quo. You push the anti-communist line.
Exactly. You're pushing me forward, because I feel like when I was writing the book with those scholars on my shoulder, I really had to set up something that can be kind of boring. I have some relatives who are totally not biased who told me the first couple chapters were still page turners. But basically, I had to set up the characters behind this, because it's basically like an array. This is where I may be a little critical of Caleb. An array of centrist liberals,
right,
centrist proper, centrist right wingers. And they were trying to create this. I mean, it started as the American Committee for Cultural Freedom, and that was the first local outpost. And they launched the Congress in Paris because they realized with CIA money, I mean, one of the things they must have realized, it was illegal. The CIA's charter originally did not allow them to do propaganda at home. And that's what this was. This was cultural propaganda. So anyway, you have this constellation of prestige magazines, sometimes called little magazines. And they would do this. You dig and you read and you read and you see what they're trying to do. And you hear for years that they published all these great writers, including people on the left. And I think where people sometimes mistake this in the current culture wars, they think that the CIA funded the left or created the new left, as Caleb likes to say. That's not what happened. You don't fund and create something only to penetrate it. They penetrated the left. They made sure the left, in certain cases, only went this far, but in other arenas, it could go a little further, because let's say the Bay of Pigs made people's appetite for leftism go a little further. So they started with Encounter in England, and that was the most important one, because this relationship was holy then, and it's still sort of holy, despite Trump, kind of. But they branched out through European magazines, Italy, France, Germany was first, Germany, France, England, and I think the Italian was probably later. And then they started doing them in the so-called third world. And, when Frances Stoner Sonder published her book, there were 25 such prestige 24, I think she said 24, or maybe she said 36. But since then, I've found a few more from other whole arenas of sub-academic or conspiracy theory writers who were going down these rabbit holes. There was one in Indonesia after the coup there, formed in '66, with the sort of the CIA's Cultural Front, CCF, as it was falling apart and being exposed, but still starting with that kind of money. And this same front started a lot of right-wing outlets, including this one in Indonesia, which was Horizon. It was basically like snuff porn. It was like it was all the right-wing students who condoned Suharto and sort of condoned the killing and rallied for more killing. And it was like the fiction was all these writers talking about how hard it was to have to cheer on this killing or to have to like rally for this killing or to kick people out into the crowds that they knew would kill them. And that was how the magazine sort of considers itself like liberal. It was so far to the right for a liberal magazine. But basically you had this consensus, and that consensus is something that's kind of hanging over us. The magazines were global, and what you saw with the Paris Review, which is kind of a different story, is even the ones that weren't founded by the CIA were, friendlies. So let's say they might have had an original CIA contact, or they might have proven themselves as good for soft power. So Partisan Review wasn't created by the CIA, but it was very much the model for a lot of these magazines. The Paris Review was created by an agent, Peter Matheson, and the biography, I think the official sort of one and only biography of Matheson, came out last fall. It's quite good. It was a finalist for the Pulitzer, and it tells part of this story of the Paris Review and Matheson. It doesn't tell the whole story because Matheson left, but these friendly magazines would help circulate, or they would kind of loan out their content to the CIA magazines in sort of a mass syndication program. And so what it was creating, this is kind of the nut, is it was creating the original political correctness. The original political correctness starts with the Transatlantic Alliance. You cannot insult that. And so these are like, it's basically like snowflake liberalism. I mean, it's got conservatives on it, and they're enforcing the snowflakeism that they brilliantly will name later as a projection against the center and the left. But it's basically like Transatlantic Alliance. And then you have to, if you say you're against neutralism or neutrality or non-alignment, when it was finally named non-alignment, they targeted that as immoral in these magazines. And then all the other things come after that, but you're not, I mean, and of course you got paid the most if you could do a propaganda hit against the Soviets or the Chinese. So they wanted to use some of that stuff sparingly, not as much as maybe the Paris Review would, but Encounter magazine was happy to hit the Soviets. But I think what you see, they publish a lot of stuff that's by authors who have no idea that this is a CIA front. So it looks, there's a percentage, like 75-80% of the stuff is kind of innocent to propaganda. It's good literature, it's great writers, and that provides this Trojan horsing effect, or this cover. And what that, I mean, we see that now still too. A lot of the Trojan horsing that we see in the media now, or you can call it, it's a little wonky, but sometimes in my research, I've called it like the propaganda quotient. So sometimes these magazines, when they were at risk of being outed, they would run a gratuitous story criticizing something like the Vietnam War just to restore their cover.
Right.
So it was like, how much, and I think in the BBC world, I have a friend who worked at the BBC, they called it a credibility item over in London. And so if they were
That's amazing.
Too patriotic in-house, and they could see that their cover was going, people were starting to grumble that this feels like a propaganda outfit for whatever side. They would do these things to recover their tracks with this quotient of like innocent stuff, non-propaganda stuff, a credibility item, even some criticism.
See, now you describe all this, and this is part of what really struck me in the magazine. See, in the book rather. See, by the time I'm growing up, and I'm sure by the time you're growing up, this tactic has become so effective that the arts, academia, and the left generally has been completely, and this is something Caleb writes about quite a lot, has been completely diverted into a kind of lifestyle elite leftism that's divorced from economics, that's divorced from class. You're writing about a world that really doesn't exist anymore, but it's gone into other forms. I kept thinking of the old 70s Woody Allen movies where he's around all these people who reference these magazines. I read in Annie Hall, he said, I heard dissented commentary merged and formed dysentery. Today, that joke would make no sense because nobody reads this stuff. I
Right.
mean, most of these magazines don't even exist anymore, but they've moved into other terrain, like reading about the American Committee, which Irving Kristol was actually a part of. I thought, okay, well, this is the birth of Morning Joe, really. Like the McCarthyites were basically the MAGA. That's how you keep the beer drinkers away from communism. But you're not going to persuade the professional class. They don't like those people. They're too crude for them. You got to stand up ostensibly liberal academics, and they set the boundaries. I mean, there's something Chomsky writes about from a different angle. And just seems like this is the origin story of where we live today. It sounds like you're describing Morning Joe.
Yeah, it is the origin story of where we live today in a couple of ways. I mean, when I first published, it was either the article that became Finks, or maybe Finks was newly out. A novelist, well, a literary magazine guy told me that a novelist friend of his was sent somewhere on State Department money. And so this idea of writers as cultural ambassadors was not new when the CIA did this, and it hasn't completely died. And you know, a lot of this was done through NGO cutouts, so fake NGOs, or you know, sometimes functioning NGOs that were used to pass money to these writers, and so that's why there was this blurred sort of line around. You'd have to sort of be savvy enough and know the industry well enough to know if this cutout, which was also doing actual funding, had a certain line that you couldn't cross in terms of, you know, patriotic dissent or due dissidence. But you see how it's the precursor. I mean, we don't use literature in the way that we did in the 50s, partly because after the war, our European allies really associated the United States with Cadillacs and tanks, you know, Marshall tanks and hamburgers. And there was a lot of pressure put on European countries under the Marshall funds, like French theaters had to show a certain amount of American films. There were quid pro quos constantly in our you know, our soft power diplomacy and everything else that we were doing for altruistic reasons. So there was a blowback over, you know, the soldiers who were, you know, leering at women in that part of occupied Berlin, or, you know, American culture, you know, at its sort of most dirtbag, not left, but sort of dirtbag reality, was something that these guys thought they needed to push back against when they created these magazines. And they thought to themselves, well, what if we just reminded people of our Hemingways and our Faulkners? And so that's how it starts. But then I think there's these rabble rousers, and it's kind of the interesting part of the story. It's like, you know, these conferences that you and Caleb talked about, like at the Waldorf Astoria, it was political theater, where the Russian tolerating left really wants peace, and there's a lot of sincerity in that. But the powers that be were convinced that peace was a buzzword for communism. And Adlai Stevenson was quoted by one of the CIA guys, Tom Braden, as saying, like, they stole all the good words, you know, peace, freedom, and anyone who said those words, if they were from outside of Europe, the United States, we assumed they meant communism. And so there was this cultural battle that, you know, I think has one kind of vector in the early 50s as McCarthyism is still in good odor, like before McCarthy's like completely humiliated on, you know, basically on TV. I think the Congress for Cultural Freedom, the Paris office, which was the headquarters where you know, actual CIA officers had a whole protocol for how to censor, how to like share the prospective articles so they wouldn't insult the Transatlantic Alliance and all this stuff. It was a disguised censorship op. It was a disguised propaganda op. And they were so short-sighted to think that the cover for this was not going to be blown. But when they started, there really wasn't the kind of investigative journalism that became vibrant after people like, you know, the folks at Ramparts Magazine and Evergreen Review and people like Seymour Hersh and eventually the Times of the late 60s and the Pentagon Papers. But it took a while for people to realize that this cover is going to be blown. And as it was being blown, it was like a shadow debate that was kind of parallel to the debates about the Vietnam War. And so it was kind of interesting to me that the Vietnam War overshadowed this. But a lot of these figures who were supposedly liberal, who came out against the Vietnam War and maybe turned left, they were sort of strung along through the system, defending magazines that were basically there to make the Soviets look petty and like they were the censors, and to deny that there was active censorship going on in this. And I think that's where we see the seed for. So my sort of creation myth, in addition to the MFA, was like watching the Iraq War. And to this day, I'm astonished that all those pundits who were bullshitting us still have their jobs, And the through line is indeed neoconservatism. After, as the CIA's magazines were being outed, first of all, another amazing thing that speaks to our moment is once a couple of these CIA fronts were outed low key, like the National Student Association, NSA, no pun intended, was the counterpart to the Congress for Cultural Freedom. And it was just like a way for students to shout down supposedly communist funded student meetups,
Right, right.
And that's the one Gloria Steinem was famously in. And they were basically just like shouting and doing dirty tricks and sending people to the wrong party so that they wouldn't actually be there. And like, as that's being exposed in magazines like Ramparts and then later the New York Times, that's when the CIA really doubles down and starts penetrating college newspapers, anti-Vietnam War newspapers, like little low budget magazines, as well as Ramparts, a bigger budget magazine, and working to destroy them and putting ops, putting double agents in. And it becomes a war on the freedom of the press. And so even though it starts off kind of low key, sounding like, oh, this quaint little blast from the past, it really leads to the kinds of stories that Seymour Hersh made his name on when he had that headline in 1974. The CIA has been operating illegally, I'm paraphrasing, against its charter domestically. So the CIA was not allowed to do this stuff domestically, and it had all these sneaky ways of sheep dipping in like FBI agents to do it for them, and just stacking these organizations, a lot of which became the new left, with double agents or with spies. So yeah, it's totally. But I think in the age of even more mass communication, a lot of this can be done on social media.
Well, that's what I was just going to ask you. I mean, I was just, I didn't want to cut you off, but now that you mention that, like, now that you've basically funneled the entire culture into a small handful of social media apps, and the advent of content as really a substitute for culture, certainly a substitute for art. I mean, content has completely cannibalized what we conceive as art. Add to that just an idiocracy administration that will just like pull Joe Rogan onto the White House lawn and have him referee a cage fight. Like what culture is there to co-opt at this point, and how much easier or more or less necessary, I would say, is their work at a time where whatever is left of the culture has been so incredibly dumbed down, and everybody is just pouring their guts out on the same handful of social media apps 24/7, and that data is being collected and algorithmically distributed to God knows who for what kinds of predictive or surveillance purposes. How is this landscape conducive or less conducive to the kind of environment that you write about?
It's a great question. The changes have been so drastic since this program was outed, but I mean, one thing that's fresh in mind is U.S. aid, right? On one hand, that's exactly like this structurally. I mean, the structure it's a big word. The maneuver that I want people to see is like, there's a soft power Trojan horse, and then there's American kind of quid pro quo stuff. And I will say U.S. aid funded a lot of, food charities and things like that. And their wholesale, going in with a sledgehammer instead of a scalpel, I don't think was very wise. And so I'm not saying that at all. But that is, I think, just to stick with the, the less goofy side of the Trump administration, I think they picked up the mantle of something that the anti-war left used to have, which is a healthy dose of paranoia against a kind of corrupt big government that's largely created and certainly opened wider from this program forward to all the counter programs to erase, chaos grew into Mockingbird. Chaos was like agents penetrating indies, let's say. Mockingbird, everyone saw, all the major media outlets, and this was outed in 77, 78 by both the Times and Carl Bernstein. All of those mass media organizations have like a chief editor with a secrecy agreement with the CIA or debriefing agreement, or a few, they had cameramen who would just give the footage unedited to their CIA officers. Like, they had such an extensive network by the time this ends. And so what Snowden has shown us is they still do that. They don't think culture is quite the key in the same way, but it's not totally gone. I think the battle over Twitter and Instagram, and remember how much they were talking about, Israel's, the only reason people, even Hillary Clinton bit on this, and they were saying TikTok was why people were turning against the settler colonial project of Israel, rather than what the Vietnam War had in television footage. That's what they're trying to write off through a counter propaganda. It's the same maneuver. So we are still in this world, halfway between there, not quite, 3/4 of the way between there and here. Snowden kind of warned us. Before that, James Risen tried to warn us by talking about warrantless wiretapping that could have, they could have prevented a second W term, and maybe
caused. And you wrote about that in Flight, that they held the story until after the election at the Times, and that was actually why Snowden went to the Intercept instead of the Times.
That's right. Yeah, I think he went to the Guardian first because that's where Glenn Greenwald was, whom he trusted, and then Greenwald founded the Intercept, and it continued over there. But exactly,
well, he didn't want to share a hotel room with Thomas Friedman too. That had to have something.
That would have been awkward. Thomas would have been just.
I think Greenwald's much better company. Yeah.
He would have writing his next op-ed on the back of a napkin.
Yeah. Being holed up in this hotel room reminds me of a squirrel during winter gathering for nuts and hibernating. Yeah.
So let me ask you, because I think this is something that perplexes a lot of people, because it's so clear when you walk into a gallery today that it's just full of shit that nobody likes. That nobody really like. No, I was in New Orleans for a couple of months, and I went to their Museum of Southern Art, and you could see how that shit didn't catch on as much there. Like, there was much more naturalistic painting. There was a little bit of that, but not quite as much. So you had social realism. This is from the ceiling of the Chrysler Building. There's Edward Trumbull's painting, Transport in the Spirit of Human Endeavor. You see a lot of this in Midtown. There's when this style of art was at its height. They were also building all of these skyscrapers. Rockefeller Center has a lot of this kind of art. Of course, they had their conflict over the Diego Rivera painting, but nonetheless, they still have a lot of this kind of very Randian, the triumph of man and technology. You see a lot of that theme. And then by 1952, you get to this, which is Jackson Pollock. Now, can you explain what the new criticism was, how it led to this, and why the CIA had an interest in promoting this over this?
Yeah. The new criticism pertained certainly to the magazines, and literature, literary criticism. Basically, you could criticize everything inside the story, inside the short story, inside the novel, but you weren't really encouraged under New Criticism's rules. I mean, it was really close reading. So what it brought to MFA programs and English departments across the country was close reading, which is still, I think, a valuable tool, because when you're detecting that a headline and then the story that follows it is full of shit, you're using close reading. So New Criticism isn't totally bogus. The close reading is how you get these great headline corrections when everything Israel does is put into the passive verb, right? This just happened. This just happened.
Right.
So I think New Criticism was emphasized politically for the second part, which is not as good or as honest, which is taking the political and the social history completely out of what you look at as a critic. So people like Peter Matheson, when he was recruited at Yale under his professor Norman Holmes Person, some people say Pearson, I think it's Person. When he was recruited by that guy,
well, he was the major recruiter there, right?
Yeah, he recruited a lot. He recruited some notable people, and he was close to the head sort of paranoid spook of all, James Jesus Angleton. But Pearson or Person recruiting Matheson sends him right to D.C., where his boss is Angleton. Angleton's a fascinating figure, but basically that was like the literary version of what you're comparing it to, I think, in terms of this avant-garde form. But I will say a slight defense of abstract expressionism. A lot of them were good lefties. They weren't totally different from the City College post-Trotsky crowd that became the New York intellectuals, which then became ultimately the neoconservative movement through stages over decades and decades and a half. But I think the CIA not only championed abstract expressionism and disfavored, as you're saying, a lot of that is in the second book, Flights. I don't think it was wrong to sort of like abstract expressionism as kind of an partial American invention. And the reason I think that, they also championed jazz. So the State Department would send Louis Armstrong's band around. And what they were trying to do, which eventually Armstrong subverts, they were trying to say, look, don't ever compare us to South Africa. This isn't segregation. Look, this guy can be brought to Europe. And some of the black artists that were kind of conscripted for this, they always push back, and that's important. But I think jazz is a great American invention. I love it. I don't listen to it as much as I used to, but I think what they were seeing in the early abstract expressionism was kind of a visual jazz. And I think it's not as, obviously jazz and much of our music is created by black innovation. It's just undeniable up to hip hop, but not stopping there, and rock and roll in the middle, and blues and everything else. But I think even though I don't associate abstract expressionism as much with black innovation, I think there's a loop there. But I think the worst part of the crime was, FDR was funding this great social realism, and when Diego Rivera took advantage of the popularity of that, it was corporations that were funding it. And as you pointed out, the Rockefellers, they destroyed his mural at Rockefeller Center because he had to have Lenin's head in it, because that was part of his vision. And I think he knew adding that Lenin's head was going to be a problem.
Well, and he portrayed the capitalists as diseases and viruses, and
I think he was relentless. The snowflake patriotism just kicked in, and they had to rescind. But they paid him. I think he got the equivalent of like $500,000. They were very polite. The Rockefellers were very polite. But to your point, I think there was this massive depoliticization of publishing, and that's what the little magazines were doing. And the other thing that I think I haven't said yet that's kind of important to show the stakes.
Well, and ultimately that was their purpose with moving art away from social realism.
Absolutely.
Right? Like this is, it's the Jackson Pollock. I was I was in a museum, I think in Italy, and some people were speaking in Spanish, really admiring a Jackson Pollock, and I said "merda" to them, and they were like, "Oh," I said "merda" to them. I pointed, they were a little offended. Yeah, no, I mean, art was my second major, and I saw the process by which they would try to get you to think this was good, and that's part of my perspective on it, because it's just naturally, I'm sorry, nobody's going to look at that and say, yeah, I really think that's amazing. And they kind of condition you into seeing more there. Look at all the colors. You could do that with a chair leg. You ever look at a chair leg for a half an hour? Like, you'll see that in anything if you look at it long enough.
Well, how do you feel about early Picasso? Because that's another weird collision where he's basically a communist all of his life, or after he's of age, and he invents Cubism, which is the precursor to abstract expressionism.
Sure.
And Cubism is taking from African forms, and it's showing multiple perspectives at once, and it's an imitation of modernism, kind of like jazz. And so,
right.
I think what you're describing, I think it's fair. It's not a proletarian understood form of art. And so we would have to have the kind of free higher education here for us to understand if there's anything there or not, for us to have like a real robust criticism. We would have had to have, we at some point we had free public schooling, and that was after Reconstruction, and that was important, and that was huge, and it's now being chopped back. But public funding of the arts would sit in a socialist country alongside free universities, which we used to have. It was like Reagan's, I think one of Reagan's advisors was like, why do you want to educate the opposition?
Right.
So you're right. In terms of, I realize I'm losing status on the dirtbag left here. But it's not, it doesn't feel like a proletarian form. And I think there's a guy called Charles Wright and Elizabeth Catlett, and they got a lot of the motion of this persecution that I trace in the second book, they go down to Mexico to be free, to be left, to be allowed to be leftist. And that included the social realists. That was a social realist painter couple. She stayed down there for the rest of her life, Elizabeth Catlett, and Charles White, who did that kind of stuff you were showing, the social realist. I've got a painting over there that I won't take off the wall and interrupt to walk away from our viewers. But yeah, I mean, that was a serious violation, I think, of artistic freedom. And it wasn't an either or. I think that's the false dichotomy, is that this is an American.
I agree. But that got elevated.
Yeah.
It got elevated to the point that a working person has nothing in a gallery that speaks to them. And I think that's by design. It's a very elite interest, and it wasn't always that way. I just went to China for 5 weeks. I didn't see anything like that. I mean, the art tended to be, social realism. Still, I'm not going to say it doesn't exist. I didn't go to every museum. Maybe there's a modern art museum there in Beijing I didn't see. But it seems like naturally, because of what their cultural intention is, they just wouldn't go towards an art that you need to be educated specifically into appreciating it to appreciate it. That's just not the way they would think about it.
Right. And just an absolute elite form, basically.
So you mentioned a little earlier about in your book, you talked a lot in both books about what was done to Black activists in regards to this. Now, you tell an interesting story about Richard Wright, who did work for the CIA before he quit. He resigned from his own organization because the CIA had infiltrated it. And you quote him years later as saying, quote, "Most revolutionary movements in the West are government sponsored. They're launched by agent provocateurs to organize the discontented so that the government can keep an eye on them." I have very often thought that today's left organizations are a product of intelligence services infiltration. Having been at some of these meetings, there are people there who raise issues that just seem to me that they just want to get a fight going over nonsense. Do you think he was right then? And do you think this is true now?
He was partially right. I think it's a scalpel versus sledgehammer thing. He saw firsthand what the Congress for Cultural Freedom was. He saw that there was a black equivalent that was trying to marshal conservative, anti-communist black voices to marginalize the radicals. And I've got a novelist friend who I don't know if she read all of Finks or part of it, but she was like, please tell me James Baldwin wasn't witting, so-called. And I was like,
right.
At this point, it almost doesn't matter because he was so young. As he came up, he's denouncing all those same things that he would not be allowed to denounce if he stayed in the organizations that the CIA created and became witting. So the thing that I look at is where you come out. For someone as anti-imperialist as Richard Wright, he perplexes me. I'm writing something about Indonesia next, and he appears there at the Bandung conference, and he's writing for the CIA's Encounter magazine. So he was, like remember the New Yorker map of the world where New York is outsized and everything. I think he was seeing the creation of false flag orgs from inside the crystal ball or from whatever's warping. I think what you're describing at like left organizations where someone's a filibusterer in the original version of the word, not necessarily the Senate version. That to me is evidence of, like you said in the second part, someone who's penetrated the organization from the outside. So
right.
That wouldn't happen in an annoying. That's what they did to organizations they did not yet have control of. They would filibuster. They would step in. They would try to pit people into fights against each other. And so I think some of what you're describing is, people taking certain ideas as more precious than the big picture thing. But I think on the other side of that is, if you have control of an organization and you created it and you control the funding, like the CIA did with the NSA, the student organization, or like they did. I mean, with the CCF, because it's secret, you're right, there can be battles over the funding. But the people at the top who pay were all CIA officers. So at the CCF, they had to cover their tracks. They had to publish some people. They had battles about stuff that they accepted and then had to reject later. They were offended if anyone called it censorship. It's government funded. It's technically censorship at that point. Clearly is. And so it was like, in that case, it's censorship squared. It's like censoring, but you're not allowed to know that it's being censored because it's disguised as non-governmental. But yeah, so I see that stuff, and I've also seen it thrown at organizations I don't necessarily think are CIA creations or State Department creations. But you remember to get back to the group we talked about, supposedly that the Black Advocacy group that was targeted under Biden for being Russian.
The Uhuru group.
The Uhuru group. Yeah, the African People's Socialist Party. Yep.
Yeah, like I mean, this whole process of making after Trump won the first time, this liberal Red Scare, it's like Trump and the liberals are trading this tactic that is part of the Washington/liberal consensus, which is like, if shit doesn't seem to be going our way, let's blame foreign influence, and you have to look carefully at the files and the facts and everything to see what's really happening. But for Trump so lazily to retreat into, like, his war is so fucking unpopular, his polling is so down the gutter, he's got former allies who kissed his ass, like ripping him apart. I see a lot of that as opportunism, by the way. But one of the things that I don't think I've articulated well in either book, that I think will be in the third book, is how much of this funding went. I mean, you can see it in coups. We knock down a democratic socialist or a social democrat. We pretend that's the same as a communist, and we put in a fascist. We've done that so many times in Greece and Indonesia, all around the world. Turkey. This liberal consensus was propping up fascists. So the literary footprint and the cultural footprint on some level matches that. And it took me harder to see that because I think that's a deeper layer of cover. They were embarrassed by the boorishness and how European sophisticated folks who had some degree of social democracy, the CIA front people, were embarrassed by McCarthyism, even though they shared its beliefs and they had its same snowflake patriotism. But they understood that a slightly more sophisticated vocabulary was in order. But when they funded things like Bill Kristol's, I think they gave Bill Kristol money for the National Review. Sorry if you can hear that siren.
Sorry, I just hope they're not coming for you.
You mentioned. Sorry, I said Bill Kristol. I meant William F. Buckley.
Yeah.
Buckley was a former CIA agent, and now I know that if I mention Buckley's name, the sirens come out, especially if I conflate a neocon with a paleocon. But they were funding those magazines too, so they gave $10,000 for the public interest, which became, neoconservatism. But they also gave $10,000 or $15,000 to Buckley, and it was through his, smarmy social channels as much as anything else. But they didn't brag about any of that. So this idea of Caleb Mopan, is that how you say his last name? I've seen him on Twitter. He keeps saying the New Left was a creation of the CIA. It couldn't be further from the truth. The New Left terrified the liberals who sat on this funding, and so they penetrated the New Left. Ramparts is a great example. Ramparts magazine. So I think that's a stipulation. I mean, I like a lot of what else I've heard Caleb speak about, and he knows a lot about the Trotskyites and the New York intellectuals, but the CIA did not create the New Left. The CIA was trying so hard to penetrate it, and that's when the assassinations are happening at a faster rate. I mean,
it's all right. When the DSA candidate wins the presidency, we're gonna have a cage fight on the White House lawn, you and Caleb, and you guys, you could settle this like men.
As long as there's like a motor.
Yeah,
whatever those motorcycle guys were doing, like I want that to be part of it, and I want a state fair
exactly.
where
we'll do it. We'll do a great job.
I want the full deal. I want the heat strokes. I want the crumbling Trump arch.
Yeah.
Let me play something for you, because when I saw this, I thought immediately of the American Committee. So this Van Jones, he's on a kind of crusade to speak out against the DSA and represent the good left, the progressive left, so-called. Here's a little bit of part 2 of a series he's dropping, basically expressly aimed at shutting down the DSA.
A good idea. The Green New Deal, I'm the author of the Green New Deal. The Green New Deal is my phrase from my first book in 2008. There's nobody more committed to criminal justice reform than me, ecological solutions, the whole deal. These are our ideals as progressives. We should fight for them. We need them now more than ever.
For 20 years.
But what does that have to do with supporting Hamas?
It's like Nancy Pelosi.
What does it have to do
I have a sign
with putting
in my
up
basement,
candidates who say we should have no police, no prisons, we can't deport anybody, even if they commit rape or murder, Israel shouldn't exist? These are terrible ideas. These are awful ideas. Where did these ideas even come from? If we want people to join this party, when people come to the party, you want to give them a wonderful punch bowl of wonderful ideas like this. Who is putting the poop in the punch bowl? Bruh. Why are these ideas in our punch bowl? These are regressive ideas. How do you know? Look at the ideas on this side. If you lived in a world where everybody could see.
Okay. Now, as soon as I saw that, I thought of the Waldorf conference or debate that you recount in the book, where they would stand up these people who are ostensibly leftists or liberals to shut down any talk of anything outside of establishment economics. Now, Van Jones, we know he was kicked out of the Obama administration. Glenn Greenwald actually wrote a really masterful breakdown of Van Jones's career in response to this. Kicked out for being a 9/11 skeptic and for being too radical. Reinvents himself, and he winds up getting $100 million from Jeff Bezos to do with what he will. He's regular on CNN, very wealthy man. So you see these figures like Mika Brzezinski, like Dana Bash, like Van Jones, like Rachel Maddow, who are supposed to, who some more overtly than others, Van Jones and Maddow, very overtly signal as progressive. But, post Powell memo, didn't the corporations basically take over publishing, take over the media so that you really don't need the CIA to do this anymore? Is this just people like Jeff Bezos, like Jeff Zucker, doing what the CIA used to do?
Yes, but even when the CIA used to do some of this stuff, it was in partnership with big business. That's always, big corporations were always part of this. And one of the things you hear about Van Jones is like, I mean, you've named one of his funders, but there's allegations of various other ones. I won't repeat because I haven't seen the receipts. But yeah, that the censorship
Being a part of the dirtbag left means never worrying about a lawsuit, Joel.
I keep fucking it up. I think a lawsuit would be good for I only have 2,500 followers on Instagram. A lawsuit would help with that. I'm going to knock on wood so that it doesn't happen. But no, most of the censorship in my lifetime and my parents' lifetime, they were both born in, World War II era, was corporate censorship. Like, that's how we do it. That's who closes the window. And so the CIA was created to basically assist with a lot of that stuff. Official CIA cover is you're in the State Department, but unofficial cover is you're working for one of these big companies. And a lot of the times you're covered as a journalist. So these groups are part of, this establishment that does all this shit that has basically like created a kind of, or, fostered and continued to, feed a kind of liberalism that really believes in saving the environment and turning back climate change and human rights. And the United States, liberals in the United States are, I think, fairly justifiably proud of the Nuremberg trials and the creation of international law, right, and humanitarian law, and the UN and all of the role that the US played and the US liberals played in that. But as soon as capital is threatened, they start this dance. They no longer need to worry about those things. Climate change is magically not important anymore. Genocide, Samantha Power, God bless her. What has she said about Gaza? Last I checked, still nothing.
Right.
Maybe now. So this is what happens. In my view, not only do you have the left stigmatized, and in my lifetime, in my parents' lifetime, an effective left has always been something that you had to attack and marginalize and make taboo and to put on the run. And as I described in Flights, chase a lot of the effective figures across a border, out of print, or into an early grave. That's what we do with the left in this country. And that shows you where our loyalties are. The CIA, the big corporations, these orgasms over AI, which is just a lot of the intellectual AI is just stolen books that are being fed into a machine and stolen, and the books are destroyed, the physical copies of old books. So it's just basically theft of copyright. It's theft. My books, I checked it a year later than most of my much more important writer friends, because I thought that was only stealing high-minded literary stuff and novels and things. But then it didn't go away, the story. So I checked the database and I was like, oh, they stole my 2 books too. To think about. Think about the AI talking about the Congress for Cultural Freedom blows my mind. But this public-private partnership is a big feature in this. And so the public and the disguise of private interests, that's what those NGOs were doing. But we're in a moment where you see, just look at Van Jones's list. None of that stuff that he's pointing to as advantageous has been a serious part of the mainstream corporate Democrats platform for a long time. They've seen for years, they've seen 75-80% of Democratic voters want universal health care. Have they fought for that? Not one iota. Not one iota. That's how you know he's bullshit.
Well, the DSA wouldn't be where they are right now if they had actually advocated for that.
Right.
That's
If
the
you
whole
want to
reason that
neutralize, exactly.
Yes.
Like if you want to
Preempt
neutralize the DSA, just steal the parts of their platform that are popular and mainstream, like the ones he ran down, more or less. And you'd never hear from the DSA ever again. But they won't do that.
They'll never do
so
that because
they
that's not their
force a
loyalty.
choice. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
what their
They want to
loyalty is.
force a choice between the DSA platform and their platform in the hopes that they can just force you to combine, abolish prisons with Medicare for all so that you choose the mainstream Democrat platform that has no Medicare for all. And that's just working less and less as, people become more and more desperate for the kind of reforms that are the popular parts of the DSA plank. But what you say is so true. You could see where their loyalties lie in where they sort of draw those lines, where they drive those wedges. And it's so true to what you were saying. You had a Red Scare under Trump term 1, which was really forced by the leftovers from Obama world, both, in and around the deep state and in the media. And then you had, the Biden Red Scare, and now you have the Marco Rubio Red Scare, right?
But you're going back to Coke Classic with that one.
Exactly. I mean, and we can't go in depth as to parse, the severities of each, but big picture, yeah, I think there's no doubt you could generally see where the fault lines actually are, and they don't move all that much, even as time goes on.
I mean, the hostility towards the voter, you saw that with, 2002, 2003 with those February 2003 protests, and few of the liberals standing up to this drive for war in Iraq. You saw the hostility of the voter as they shoved, as they cheated against hostility towards the voter, as they cheated against Bernie in 2016 and said, it's in our bylaws, we're allowed to cheat against one of the primary candidates. You're seeing it with the polling on things like universal health care, on things like Gaza and military aid and other aid to Israel. You're seeing the death of the anti-war wing of the Democratic Party. And, you guys are both as anti-imperialist as I am. And that's, we've made our policy really just about, our country was born on free labor and free land, and in the case of Native Americans, both, but they refused on the labor front a lot of the time. So that's what we do overseas. That's what our foreign policy has done. It's just like steal the labor, steal the land. That's what AI is doing. It's replacing the labor, chastising the labor, and cheating cost of labor. And that's the through line of American history, where we have to push. And when you see these corporate sellouts, it's often the same reason that the New York intellectuals didn't speak up against the Vietnam War sooner. They were on the take. You're on the take, you don't speak up.
Right.
So that's kind of the dynamic. That's the through line from 1950 to now.
So I saw you in an interview with Gabriel Rockhill, I think his name is, right?
Yeah.
You said if you hear somebody advocating violence and you're at a Standing Rock protest or something, they're almost definitely an agent provocateur, and don't listen to them. Now, a lot of people found this very confusing, and I want to get your take on this, because we tend to think that this kind of thing is really targeted almost exclusively at the left. But most people, I think, seeing this, who are really, engaged in the question, myself included, are pretty convinced that Ray Epps was an op at the January 6th riots. So let's take a look at this, because this is exactly the kind of thing you're describing.
We need to go into the Capitol. Into the Capitol. What? No! Peacefully. Fed.
And see, you got people who know he's a Fed. You start calling him a Fed.
I don't even like to say it because I'll be arrested. Well, let's not say it. We need to go. I'll say it. All right. We need to go in.
Shut the fuck up, Boomer.
To the Capitol. go into the Capitol. I didn't see that coming. Okay.
That's good. Never saw that cut.
Yeah.
Wait, so I'm afraid. I'm super embarrassed. I have my third book that I'm working on as an excuse. I don't know how many footnotes it has, but the first one had 900. So I've never heard of this guy. So wait, in that video, that's a January 6th video where he's saying
that's a January 6th video, and this guy, where they're going to people's hometowns based on any video they can find and arresting people. This guy was never prosecuted. This guy was there's absolutely no how on earth.
He got
they're
lucky
making an example of everybody. Does this guy?
I think they arrested him for some bullshit thing, but they never pursued it.
They never pursued.
They did it because they realized how bad it looked if they didn't do anything to him. But he didn't do any time or anything like that. The way these other guys. I mean, you had people serving years who didn't do anything violent, and this guy's chanting, "We got to go in," and nobody touches him.
So it's almost, I would say, no way this guy was not an agent. So I think how does he not get? Yeah, and how does he not get prosecuted? Like, that's kind of the, so to speak, smoking gun.
Yeah.
So I think this is very confusing for a lot of people because I think the question that arose for people who assume that there are intelligence services doing fuckery at different kinds of protests, this was kind of a loop because you think of Standing Rock, you don't think of MAGA right-wing events being infiltrated that way. Do you think this represents different wings of the intelligence service? The more, as Gloria Steinem would have it, that the people she worked for were wonderful. They, as you say, they liked jazz. They were the cultured ones. Is this a war inside of the intelligence agencies? Or is this just they want to shut down populism? It doesn't matter what flavor it comes in. They just want to shut down populism.
Well, I should take a step back and make sure I understand what you're asking. But when you bring in Gloria Steinem, I was just rereading this book about the NSA, which is called Patriotic Betrayal, and it's a very well researched, which is to say, dense book. But the first time around, it was a lot to take in. I just reread the chapter where they were preparing for this 1955. It was 10 years after the Waldorf Astoria, which your previous guest, Caleb, talked about. They were using the same tactics, but one of the things I noticed was that there was a conservative group that was like green lit through some other wing that was outside the NSA CIA protocol. And they thought it was another CIA group that was far more right wing than the Gloria Steinem NSA guys.
Right.
But when I think of January 6th, I mean, first of all, if you're going to be an op, you've got to be able to rally the people to do the fake dissidents.
Well, in the end, he kind of did.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how influential he was personally, but
where our problems are. It's
that's him.
Yeah,
but he was giving directions to all the invaders of our Congress.
But one more.
yeah.
Yeah, well,
he's telling them what's he saying?
No, when we go in,
Are we going to get arrested if we go out there?
You don't need to get shot.
Arrest us all?
Do you have a spicy breakfast? We're going to need you to shit all over the wall when you're in there.
You're on Pelosi desk patrol.
Yeah. Do you remember to pour the Frank's Red Hot all over your eggs this morning?
Yeah, no, I mean, he definitely, maybe not the first people he approached were a little more savvy, but he definitely had some impact there.
Yeah, my friend Jeff Charlotte writes about the right and the sort of neo-fascism trends, and I've read some of it and talked with some of it about him. I've talked about it with some of it with him. I'm getting a little batty over here, but that dynamic has always been there, like different contingencies. But the first thing I read about January 6th was that it was a bunch of cops, or like retired cops, undercover FBI guys. And when I thought about it later, I thought about that period late in the sort of war on terror era, late Bush into early Obama. I think it was still happening under first term Obama, where the FBI was basically like baiting people, into committing crimes, begging, paying, cajoling, just so that they could use that crime, to continue these warfare, tendencies and the funding streams, basically.
Happened in my hometown. I'm from Newburgh, New York. Do you remember the Newburgh 4 case where they just entrapped those 4 guys? Yeah, those guys. I remember I was rehearsing a play. I came out. The raid was that night. Yeah, no, they did that. I mean, over and over again, they did that.
Yeah. So I don't know much about this ep, but I'm going to study up on them as soon as I'm off with you guys.
All right. So one last question, and this is something that really has been central to my theory of what's going on the left for quite a while. I come from a pretty rough blue collar neighborhood, and seeing the type of leftism that has been really the only type to have any kind of organizational structure in my lifetime, I know how repugnant its whole way of approaching social questions is to workers. Now, to me, the more I've learned, the more that seems by design. And so it's hard, you go back and you look at the speeches that even, Jimmy Hoffa would be making to the Teamsters. He sounds like Marx. You don't hear that anymore. So I'm going to show you this, a little bit of this video. It's pretty infamous. This is from a DSA conference in 2020.
Quick point of privilege. Quick point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Guys, first of all, James Jackson, Sacramento, he, him. I just want to say, can we please keep the chatter to a minimum? I'm one of the people who's very, very prone to sensory overload. There's a lot of whispering and chatter going on. It's making it very difficult for me to focus. Please, can we just, I know we're all fresh and ready to go, but can we please just keep the chatter to a minimum? It's affecting my ability to focus. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Okay, is there a speaker against name, chapter, pronoun?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
I can't contain Quick point of privilege once again. Quick point of privilege once again. Hi, James Jackson, Sacramento DSA, he, him. I have already asked people to be mindful of the chatter of their comrades who are sensitive to sensory overload, and that goes double for the heckling and the hissing. It is also triggering to my anxiety. Like, the be comradely isn't just for, like, let's say things simple or whatever. It's so that people aren't going to get triggered, and so that it doesn't affect their performance as a delegate, okay? Your need to express yourself is important, but your need to express yourself should not trump or over...
I see that no one's clapping for me. It could be because I'm not engaging, but it also is because everyone's doing this. And that's really important, because those loud bursts of noise, even though this is a noisy space, when we can do something like reducing that, that's really important. So please don't clap, shoot up these.
Okay, so that's probably the most infamous part of that.
Where was that again? I remember seeing that. Where was that from?
That was the DSA.
It was like their national conference. Yeah,
that was 2020. I'm not sure where they held it.
Maybe Chicago or something. I remember seeing that. Yeah, I mean, sometimes...
okay. Now this is now. David Weigel just covered their current conference, and there's just a small excerpt. DSA has credentialed 15 media outlets for its event this weekend, the Socialist Summit, where reporters are allowed to cover 10 programming blocks, restricted from doing ambush interviews with attendees, and required to show a negative COVID test before attending. All right. I look at these things, and I look at your work. I look at some other reporting that's been done on intelligence service infiltration and guiding of different left efforts. And I see a direct line to ending up with a left that is this much of a Christopher Guest sketch, because you are never selling that to workers. You are never selling that to workers. And I think that is by design. Now, we've seen some of the numbers on DSA, 68 to 85% white, depending on what you look at, twice the level of graduate school and BA education of the general population. And I don't see them going to Amazon warehouses to try to recruit people because, frankly, I don't think they like those people very much. And if they did bring people like that in, that shit would stop immediately. You are not going to get people with real material concerns who behave that way. So my question for you is this the end result of what you've written about? Jill Stein, I've interviewed her 3 times. I think she's sincere. You can't tell me in a country of 365 million people, you can't get somebody to represent a workers' party that's more relatable to workers than Jill Stein. To me, it seems like it's by design. I don't think she's an op, for the record, but I think that the Green Party is very infiltrated. I mentioned that to her when I interviewed her, which she seemed to agree with. What are your thoughts about this? Is this the end result of what you've written about?
You know, if you're talking about, I think you should look at the date here, 2022. I think that's kind of a key thing. Here's why. At the time, and still, most Americans, if you're not living in New York, you would feel this way. Most Americans are seeing the things that they actually care about, not represented in either party, right? Mm-hmm. So this language policing, which I think is where we start, right, with this video, I've often felt that controlling each other's language, while there's an element of really annoying virtue signaling to that, it's the only place we can actually have a say. If you're not a high-level Democratic consultant, you may fall into this trap of like, we have to do this performative act of being totally inclusive, right? And then you cut to Trump too, and they're tearing this stuff down. That's only going to up those ideas about. I mean, they're literally tearing the actual history out of history museums. You know, they're actually. Right. So that's been the tendency that I think some of these well-intentioned folks. I wish I could just be a dirtbag leftist and just mock this stuff, but I see like a real sincere populist failure there. I think that's why, and I think that with Mamdani's victory, I don't hear in New York City all this virtue signaling. I don't know if you do.
No, and we've talked about that, how the ones who are actually running and winning, they're not talking that stuff.
Right. So if you agree with me on that, I will laugh at that video with you.
Well, it's funny, you know, because I remember like I saw, you know, the OGs of the Dirtbag Left Space, the Chapo Trap House guys, Matt Chrisman made this point, which I thought was just so insightful, you know, at the time. This was, 4 or 5 years ago, right around the time you're talking about. You know, all we can control when real politics are sort of out of reach are how we feel about certain things. And how we feel about certain things, of course, affects how we talk about certain things. So, like now, obviously, Trump term 2 with the ICE stuff, I mean, this is just like beyond the pale. This is a different thing. But in Trump's first term, really the difference in terms of immigration was how we as a country process the brutalities of the immigration system. Because the MAGA people would point out, and we would point out, Obama built the cages that they put the kids in, and a lot of those cages stayed up when Biden took over. So it was just a question of how do we force ourselves to reckon with the situation at the border, not so much what happens at the border. You know, under Obama, it's, we feel terrible, but, we got to have a border. And so, he deports a record number of people. With Trump is build a wall and keep them out. This is our country. Get the hell. But what's actually happening is very, very similar. And the only difference is how we feel about that. And how we feel about that affects how we talk about that. And so a lot of the discourse policing, I think you're right, is born of a certain political powerlessness that kind of transcends sort of ideological difference and certainly transcends like who's actually in power. And like I said, now we're talking about a different era of this. But I think back then, I think part of the reason you saw, the peak woke era take shape is because people thought like, you know what, actual policy change is just out of reach anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. I see wokeness in a different, as a writer whose parents were at the March on Washington, things like that. Like the civil rights movement was such a huge place or moment when working class Black folks could hang out with white people at the nation's capital. And That's a huge working class group. I mean, the
Right.
Of
black
course.
economics have been held down so long. And one of the other jokes about DSA is that they do land acknowledgments. And like
Right.
when my parents met in college, they went off to do this domestic Peace Corps thing called Vista, and they were sent to the Mescalero Apache Reservation, and they saw poverty there, people challenging it, and teachers who took them under their wing into the school where they were teaching. But like when I think about American history, this is what Trump is ultimately fighting against. You think about some of the tribes, and like 90%, if voting is our method of democracy, showing up to a voting booth and being able to pull a lever, or press your thumb, or whatever you do, fill in the little thing. When this is also speaks to Gaza, when 90% of your population has been fucking wiped out, how do you surge towards a political contingent that has any value to the political machine? And so I think what you see in the DSA, and I'm sorry that I'm not still, because it is funny video. What you see is an attempt to represent the unrepresented, obviously, right? And like you said, I'm also pissed at you, Keaton, because you basically told me that Matt Christman, I probably stole that idea from him.
No, unless maybe subconsciously, but I mean,
I'm a big
parallel
listener.
development.
I'm a big listener, but I'm a cheapskate, so I only listen to the one free one.
Listen, this is podcasting. Everybody just repackages whatever. Nobody says anything new. What do you think?
I know.
Anybody says anything new ever?
I
No, we're all
know.
just repackaging what other people say. That's
right.
the game.
But I like to think I thought of some of this stuff that I steal from other people. But yeah, so I'm actually, you know, in New York. I work with the Lenape Center, and they're trying to get. They don't care. They don't give a shit about land acknowledgments. They're like, you're gonna tell us that you're on our land. We know that. But they do. If you do a land acknowledgement, they want it to be a living land acknowledgement. They want you to, if you're an organization, they want you to actually ask them what they want, what they need, what they're trying to do, and they're trying to orchestrate a cultural return. So I think that inclusion tendency, if it's a reflex that sometimes is virtue signaling, which a lot of times it is, it's also because we haven't been able to do any of this stuff, and because our two parties are just ignoring what we want, like what the polling tells them we want. So yeah, let's laugh, but also figure it out. I mean, I feel like the real trick right now on the right is to try to figure out how to subvert Mamdani without making it so clear that you don't give a shit about democracy, that you're just there for big capital. And so they're going to have to keep coming up with these headlines, and they're going to have to dig deep to like the 2022 Chicago DSA.
No, but like to your point though, like no, like what your point about Mamdani is a great one, and I think that kind of drives home what we're saying here. Was that, you know, Mamdani's actually putting wins on the board for people. He's actually implementing policy.
He's doing
so
sewer socialism.
You're not seeing.
I've never
this
seen him
kind of
say
stuff.
"Don't clap."
Right,
No,
you're not
right.
seeing this kind of stuff highlighted because they don't have to.
But what I'm saying is, yes, the right wing is obsessed with pulling that out into the light.
Yes.
So ultimately, it's going to have to be dealt with. You are going to have to deal with it. You're not going to be able to pretend it's not there.
But someone like Mamdani is savvy enough, and I will hold up your point, Russ, about when the other thing, when you can't get the two parties to pay attention to the high polling items for workers and for ordinary people who can't afford the cities that they live in. The other thing you appeal to is the media, and so that's not a savvy way to appeal to certainly the People's Media or the the Rupert Murdoch media. They're going to have fun with you, but you're looking at an elite language a lot of times on the left where they forget how to talk to working people because they're trying to talk to the media. The media is trying to talk to each other, and it's a media that's not punitive. When you totally fuck up the Iraq war and you totally fuck up the Iran war, you say everything wrong for 25 years since the war on terror basically started. It's turning 25 this September. You can be wrong, and this media will hold you up because you're advocating or justifying or somehow soft pedaling the bullshit behind the build up to the war. And so a lot of people who can't talk to the left, I think you got to get it wrong to get it right. And I think that's where DSA is teaching us some stuff. Finding good candidates like Mamdani, who, he's elite, right? His mom's a director.
Sure,
His dad's a Columbia professor. He's elite, but he's got enough in his background where he sees what people are doing. And when you saw, the first thing I knew about him was this hunger strike that he went on with cabbies who were dying. So he fucking speaks their language when he's just like,
sure,
this medallion costs that much. And that's why he's so good. And when the media throws tough questions at him or even kind of mocking ideas at him, I hate to quote Michelle Obama, but like, he doesn't take the bait and like necessarily punch back. He stays on message and he pivots to what he wants to talk about.
And that whole crew does. Valdez, Daria Lisa, like they're all very good about not getting drawn into those things.
Yeah.
I am just saying, if that's at the core of this group that clearly is going to be, at least for the immediate future and the foreseeable future, the driving force of entryism, of basically a left that tries to get its will done through the Democratic Party, they're going to have to deal with that, which in the Weigel article, he talks about they shifted somewhat on their immigration rhetoric to accommodate that. They cannot do that meeting if they're going to be in prime time. They can't. They can't, because you're giving, that video, who'd it come from? The Daily Caller. They dined out on that for months on that meeting.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they have fun with that stuff. And it's good to be mocked by the right, because you can, once in a while, you can take the point from the right, which is hard. And the wackiness of the right, a lot of the times they're projecting back their own wackiness onto the left.
That's true.
It's all projection. There's no bigger snowflake than these schmucks.
Well, you should definitely look into Ray Epps and write
I will.
Write a book about him, because then if you write a book about Ray Epps, that's the real money. You don't have to slum it on shows like this anymore. You can be like, fuck it, I'm going on Alex Jones and sell that. Move that book.
I gotta get Epps to it. I got to get Epps to admit that he's part of National Endowment for Democracy.
You do that seriously. Ching ching.
Oh yeah.
All right, Joel.
Thanks
thank
for the
you,
assignment,
man.
guys.
You've been incredibly generous with your time. Where can people find you? How can they support your work, man?
I'm joelstagram.com or joelwhitney.net. That's my website, but I'm on Instagram these days, Joel P. Whitney. If you want to read more, I would say Finks is sort of the more substantial. Flights is an easier read.
So you're not on Twitter, right?
Flights really moves well. That's a great book. I would recommend both. I assume you intend them as like the first part and the second part.
Yeah,
it's a series, really.
Yeah, the essays and flights are easy to read because each chapter is one person's basic flight. And but those were like cutting room floor things that I didn't have, the FOIA files or whatever it was. But wait, what did you ask?
Yeah, just real quick. So you say you're on Instagram, so you're not on X, right? You're not on.
I am still. I'm a shit poster. I don't know how to get people. I feel like I'm shadow banned on Twitter. I'm Joel_Whitney on Twitter.
Joel_Whitney. All right.
I feel like no one ever sees my tweets.
Well, I was just going to say, because one of the things I was thinking about throughout the conversation when we talk about all this culture and talk about magazines and art and, media and just like general discourse, it just reminds me of just how horrible Twitter is. Like, it's like, as someone now who like scours Twitter basically for a living to find out what to cover on the show, I'm like, man, do I miss a world where I didn't do that, where I just looked elsewhere, because it is really a cesspool. And I know that's a sort of cliche way of describing it, but some cliches are cliches because they're true, and it's true.
Absolutely, but it's like how great an op is it if the billionaires?
It's the perfect op.
If the billionaires
couldn't get
get us all to do free labor, we're creating content, free labor for the billionaires. That's all
we're doing it now.
Yep.
Fuck. You can't get away from it.
Absolutely, man.
Has anyone done that?
Techno-feudalism, man. We're in the digital fields here.
That's right.
We're begging for a little piece of the profits that they make off of what we do.
That's right.
Yep.
All right.
All right, Joel.
A lot of fun.
Thank you very much, man.
It's great to
guys.
meet you, Joel. Thank you
too.
so much for joining.
All right. Cheers.
Bye-bye. Joel Whitney, everybody. A round of applause in the chat. Look at that. Joel
That was
Whitney, round
great.
of
That was
applause.
a great honor for me, man. His work has definitely had an impact on the way I see things. When I saw that Van Jones video, I thought immediately of the American Congress.
Yeah.
So definitely check out Finks. Check out Flights, Radicals on the Run.
All right, and how fitting. Just as we wrap that interview, we crossed the 2112 mark. There we go. There we go. Now we're back at 2085, but we were up at it for just a second. So forward progress rule, ladies and gentlemen. We got Jake in the booth with us tonight. Round of applause for Jake for being here with us. We got, like I said, a little over 2,000 in the YouTube chat, 695 over on Rumble. Great crowd in here tonight. Hope you enjoyed that interview. We got plenty more show, but let's do some super chats and some Rumble rants first, shall we? You want to do some chats?
Sure, yeah, we got them racking up here, man. D Pood. Sorry it's a week late. I listen at work and rarely catch you live. Ben Swan was first corporate journo to report Pizzagate. According to his reporting, there was a lot more to come at Pizza and its owner. Yeah, actually, I heard that he was a 75th level Mason, which people didn't even know there was such a thing. They thought it ended at 33, but he was actually 75.
Do they sell garlic knots too? Is that what you mean by there's more to it? Yeah.
They sell garlic knots with children's blood in it, like the matzah, like the blood matzah. P. Walker, y'all better do segment on Count Binface and his by-election in the UK riding of Clacton on Sea. I don't know anything about what you're talking about. I barely even understood what those words meant. Peter Monahan, Gator Pede, Dudsident, my new license plate. Please clap. Really? That's pretty cool. That's flattering. Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, yeah, that's awesome. License plate?
Tickled to death. RD, what happened with Door Sub on Wednesday? Can you tell? Yeah, it was, I got caught out on the news cycle, man. Like, that Fauci news broke right when I was scheduled to host. And obviously, that's a big topic for that show. They wanted a lot of coverage on that. I don't like to cover things I don't know anything about. Like the level they wanted to get into that with, I didn't feel comfortable interviewing a doctor in that territory without knowing more about what he was going to get into. So, I didn't feel I was the right person for that coverage. So that was why. The fall series. Love you guys. I have a play coming up that deals with many issues you both talk about. Would love you to come. Can send more info to your email, I guess. Yeah, send it, man. Yeah, send it. Email. I go to shows all the freaking time, man. Mouse SF. 1 year since our friend Dwayne Vogel passed. Is that today?
Yeah.
R.I.P., buddy. You are missed.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you for shouting him out.
Gone too soon. So we could be fighting about the Odyssey right now.
That's right.
Starch Manning. Corporate news comment sections are looking great these days. Dana Fash on CNN, New York Times fake podcast. People are waking up finally. I hope so.
Dwayne was a superhero guy too. Apparently, my brother called me today.
Well, yeah, that was mainly what he was into.
Yeah, but I've seen some coverage of this. Apparently, like the new Spider-Man movie is just blowing out box office records. Like it's sold out everywhere.
Yeah, it's doing very well.
Yeah, it's doing very well.
This is all right. I mean, you asked for it. Okay, so this is the funny thing with the Spider-Man movies. Because of the deals that they made back in the day before Marvel really became a big thing, when superhero movies were kind of a joke, Sony got the rights to Spider-Man. So these movies are separate from Marvel Disney. They're made by a different production house. And a lot of people believe, myself included, that's why they tend to be better than the stuff that's coming out of Disney.
Well, that guy is having some kind of summer because the same guy who's like what third lead in the Odyssey is Spider-Man.
Well, yeah, it's Tom
Man,
Holland.
that guy's raking it in.
Well, and
Holy
he's
shit.
supposed to be very good in this. It's kind of like, Spider-Man in the comics goes from being a high school student to being like, grown ass man. And that's pretty much what they did with this, from what I understand. Like now he's a more adult Spider-Man dealing with, issues. Spider-Man was always kind of a tragic character. He's a lot of the whole Spider-Man mythos is about him dealing with the weight of his responsibilities.
Mm-hmm.
He
should join DSA.
Spider-Man. Okay, guys, I'm gonna do some clapping. So anybody who can... ya empezó mi novela. My soap's on. Oh yeah, you're gonna go watch your soap.
Your soap
instead of watching us. Yeah, it's just her telenovela's beginning. I think that meant. PMC, Russ, do you rate any abstract expressionism, Rothko? No, I honestly don't. I hate it. I always thought it was the emperor has no clothes. I always thought it was you have to brainwash people into thinking that it's good. Like it's not. It's not. You cannot convince me that there's anyone on planet Earth, if they were not told they should like Rothko, would like it. Or that they should like Jackson Pollock, that they would like it. There's no way. There's just no way that you would walk into a gallery if you had not been psychologically conditioned to respond to that as relevant art, that you would respond to it that way. I just don't buy it. Especially having had training, because I saw how they talk you into thinking that's art. And it's bullshit. The things they tell you about a Pollock, I swear to God, you could say the same thing about any household object. Yeah, no, if you look at it really deeply, man, look at anything deeply and you're going to see a lot of shit you wouldn't notice normally.
Yeah.
Anything. Freaking take this. If you stare at that shit for 20 minutes, you're going to be amazed how much you're going to see that you would never think of, right?
I mean, you got to tell these people they watch us for 3 hours.
That's what abstract expressionism
stare at us
for
20 minutes. It's like looking at Jackson Pollock.
He asked about Picasso. It's not really my cup of tea, but I'm not saying everything has to be photorealism. Like I don't have absolutely no respect for Picasso the way I do with Jackson Pollock. Like I could see it. I'm not saying that everything has to be, social realism, but come on, man, that Pollock shit is ridiculous. Yeah, the Rothko shit, ridiculous. Barbara Howard, hence the popularity and success of Banksy in our current world. Yes, yeah, absolutely. Love this interview, and you two scumbags too. Thank you. Yes,
Thank you.
Banksy is a good example. Look, normal people can look at a Banksy and it's relevant to what's happening in the world, and they can understand it. Like, to me, art that is almost by design something that you have to have an elite education to understand, that's not art, that's masturbation. Interrobang 5000, Midwest working class person from a Midwest working class family here who finds abstract expressionism quite interesting. All right. Well, you know what, man? I am gonna bet that, like me, you jumped class and you moved away from where you came from, and that's why. I correct me if I'm wrong. If you do not have a college degree, you can tell me, but I'd be very surprised if you don't. And then you go to college and they tell you you're supposed to like that, and then you decide that you like it. I didn't bite when they told me I was supposed to like it. Kuznetsky Bassane, super sticker. Thank you. Snorky, if you can't hiss, is it okay for fart? I got to show this on the show. I should have brought it for this. I didn't want to, I knew the interview was going to go a little long, so I didn't want to make it longer. When I went to that Southern Museum of Art I was talking about, there was a section of abstract art. It was really funny, man, because they told more than they, I think, intended to in the placard. Because the placard describing the section and what the theme, they talk about how, yes, people in the South rejected this type of art. And they talk about how people came down from New York to show them how good it really is. But you could see in the museum, it never caught on down there. You could tell like that there was a separate section of that, but most of the painting in the Southern Museum was not that. Pete Sweet, DSA Megan Romer, recent interview on Fox News Sun has gone viral as extreme deranged, ushering in communism with her goals of abolishing many institutions. Is it not an attempt to sheep herd independence away from Dems to the middle? I didn't see it. I can't get. Did you see that?
I never heard of that one. No, I never heard of Megan Romer. I never heard of that name. Yeah, I guess there's more of them than we realize.
Mouse SF, for our friend Dwayne Vogel, who passed a year ago today. You are missed. R.I.P. buddy. Honestly, if I had known, I would have made a tribute for him for the intermission. I did when he died. Nance the Rock.
Thank you, Nance. Look at that.
Great
Thank
work.
you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. 0744 Pete, very good interview. I like Joel. You two fellows are good and funny. Also, Joel looks a little like Joe DeRosa. Who's Joe DeRosa? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head. The name sounds familiar.
Pseudo notice. You think that guy is a Fed? Which one, Joel?
Oh, Joel. That would be a twist.
That would be quite a twist. Yeah.
Be interesting.
And another one from Nance the Rock. Is the government involved in Charlie Kirk outing police? Yeah. I mean, we've covered that a lot. Yeah. I mean, there's no come on, man. They go and they repave a crime scene on a rush job. And, yeah, there's a lot there. Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot more.
My
there.
answer is yes.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a lot more there than we were told. Obviously, I think Candace Owens just released more text messages between her and Charlie Kirk, and talking about his relationship with the Israel donors and Israel itself. And don't forget, Charlie Kirk made a big stink during the 12-day war. Like, that was really and that was just a couple months before he was killed. So like that was a real test of like, okay, how willing is this kid to play ball? Is he gonna bust our balls during the 12-day war? And he did. And so, yeah, no, I mean, the whole thing is just, it's extremely, suspicious for sure. But thank you for those two very generous, donations there, Nance. Appreciate that.
You want to do some?
Sure. Vienticus, everything's a scam, everything's a lie, everything's hypocrisy, and so you don't comply. Thank you. Abiding, hey, huzzah to Abiding, tipping through that Rumble wallet. I saw that. So look at that. Look at Abiding. See? Means we get to keep that whole dollar. Look at that. Red maggot, blue maggot, stinking up the air. Red maggot, blue maggot, we don't care. They fuss and they fight both day and night, but we just laugh with all our might. Unknown, maybe Dr. Seuss. Thank you, Abiding. I thought that was Corn Pop. Eric Rousseau, seems like some dude in Idaho was extremely upset about his double-double order. Yeah, another shooting in Idaho. Jesus. Trust the process. The orange messiah will deliver us. Thank you, Abiding. Professor Brown note, soft left, rising tone, tilted head. We had to exclude them because they were not inclusive. Hard left, we the avant-garde have to purge those who are not true populists. Monty Python dialectics. Good one. Thank you, Professor Brown note. Kenman, hey guys, great interview. I was just a bit confused about what you said. Sorry, what happened? There it is. Sorry, Kenman. Hey guys, great interview. I was just a bit confused about what you said about the DSA and Medicare for All and taking their platform and forcing choice. Can you please explain this again? Yes. So you see people like, Van Jones speak to the less palatable parts of the DSA platform. In other words, Van Jones says, I've been for Medicare for All, my whole life. And now the DSA comes along and they're for Medicare for All, but they're also for abolishing the police and abolishing prisons and stuff like that. And so my point is, if the Democratic Party is so annoyed at the DSA, they could neutralize the DSA by basically co-opting the more popular parts of the DSA platform. In other words, if you could vote for Medicare for All without voting for police abolition, a vast majority of Democrats would do that. which means there'd be no place for the DSA. There'd be no room for them because the DSA would make you take both of those things. Whereas if like mainstream non-DSA Democrats would just be for Medicare for all, at that point, the only thing that would make DSA unique at that point would be its less palatable, less popular positions, and therefore there'd be no use for them, and they would not be a formidable force. But they refuse to do that. And so they empower the DSA by giving DSA ownership, not just of what they advocate that's not popular, but of what they advocate that is popular. So I hope that clears it up for you there. Thank you. Good question, though. Ugly Old Broad says stuff. I pretty much ignore the DSA anymore, especially after they ignore MC4A early on. Agree on Count Binface. Do it. I don't know who this Count Binface guy is.
I don't even know what you're talking about, yo.
I don't know who that is.
So for anyone who wonders, so I've been wearing glasses during interviews not to look smarter. I'm reading the questions down here, so it makes it easier for me to see what I'm reading.
Nice.
Like I have my questions on a phone down there.
Nice. All right. We will move right on along with the program. Before that, though, 891 in the like column. All right.
I've got. By the way, on the intermission, I've got a little. I got a little bit from the Rush concert cut in there, a little bit.
All right. Cool. All right. Now I got to get to work. This sucks. Can we bring Joel back? Can we just have him on for another hour?
I think he's still down there.
Call it a night. Joel, why don't you come back on? Oh,
yeah, come on.
Right. I got to do this.
You take
right.
the rest of the night off.
Yeah, here we go. All right. Here we go. All right, folks. Well, hey, it was Taco Friday, Taco Saturday into Taco Sunday. That's right. The most bellicose rhetoric from Donald Trump preceded the weekend, but spoiler alert, we're all still here, and we all still have internet, and we all still have power, and the grocery stores are still open. So we live to fight another day, but didn't look so certain heading into the weekend. So here's a few days ago, July 29th, in the morning show, Fox and Friends having to dignify the rantings of Donald Trump through their reporter Trey Yingst, who informs the world we're going to beat the fucking shit out of Iran.
Moments ago about the U.S.-Iran conflict. Trey Yingst has the information. Trey, what did the president tell you?
Yeah, guys, good morning. President Trump reacting to that Iranian attack on U.S. forces overnight in Jordan. President Trump tells Fox News about Iran, we are going to beat the effing S out of them. He went on to say, we'll be hitting them hard. They're going to get a beating. So clearly the United States is going to respond to what the president described as a surprise attack. He says U.S. forces had just minutes to shoot down these incoming Iranian ballistic missiles. The president says he has reviewed video of the shoot down, and it was U.S. forces conducting this operation to defend that area. He said it was real time. They were calling out coordinates and ensuring that none of this incoming Iranian fire got through.
Yep. And exasperated Trump yelling expletives at officials as leakers reveal turmoil in West Wing. So this was the day after that. Donald Trump, for all of his confident boasting to Fox News about how we're going to beat the fucking shit out of them and we're going to annihilate them. And behind closed doors, it's very obvious what's going on here. Now, NBC News decided to paywall their article, which was their exclusive report, but this was picked up secondarily by Alternet, which writes, Trump, according to NBC, is angry about his military options and frustrated that he can't close a deal with Iran. The president's flailing foreign strategy is especially evident as the war, which he originally described as a short-term excursion, drags into its sixth month. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth estimates the war has so far cost $37.5 billion. A Telegraph analysis puts the true bill at $151.3 billion. Trump erupted during a meeting last week with some of his top national security officials, yelling expletives, according to the U.S. official and another person familiar with the discussion, NBC News reports. After all this time, there is no unity, one official familiar with the discussions told NBC. And then it started looking really bad last night. Now, this post is archived at this point because it's been updated to say, well, once again, Donald Trump decided to call it off. But things were looking pretty dire just 24 hours ago. State Department urges Americans to consider leaving Middle East as regional conflict escalates. The State Department on Saturday urged Americans across the Middle East to consider leaving the region or be prepared to depart on short notice, warning of flight disruptions and security risks as the conflict with Iran escalates. President Donald Trump has threatened Iran with additional attacks, saying Friday that the U.S. will be hitting them very hard, while Iran has vowed to punish the U.S., and both nations traded what some U.S. officials described as heavy strikes. The warning was distributed through U.S. embassies in the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Iraq, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia. The agency posted a nearly identical statement earlier this month, but that bulletin did not urge Americans to prepare to leave the Middle East or to reconsider upcoming trips, reflecting Washington's growing concern that the conflict could widen. Now, on the 31st, U.S. is planning to cut off all electricity across Tehran, including for all civilians, per senior U.S. officials to CBS News. We saw some leaks here. The Hormuz letter publishes breaking. This was on the 31st as well. Iran announces it will strike the world's most important energy facilities located in Arab countries and Israel, all within range of Iran's precision missiles, in response to any new U.S. and Israeli strikes. Per Fars, Ghawar oil field, Saudi Arabia, backbone of Saudi production, disruption puts 5% of world oil supply at risk. Abaik and Kurai, Saudi Arabia, 7 million barrels per day throughout, world's largest oil stabilization plant. Ruwais refinery and Zakum oil field, UAE, second largest offshore oil field, 1 million plus barrels per day. North Ghadir gas field, Ras Laffan LNG, Qatar, world's largest gas field with 25% of proven reserves, 20% of global liquefied national gas trade. Bergen oil field, Kuwait, 67 billion barrel reserves, 2 million barrels per day. Sitra refinery and Al Manaj in Bahrain, Leviathan and Tamar gas fields, Israel's largest and second largest gas fields. Iran adds that during the 40-day war, Iran bombed Qatar's most important gas refinery in response to a strike on South Pars facilities, with Trump apologizing on Truth Social, promising it will not happen again. So you saw there, that list breaks down why we simply cannot do what Donald Trump is promising to do. And what you see there in that 7-point list is why Iran has already won this war. It doesn't matter what we say or what we do, as long as Iran has the capability to hit back, and they have those targets in their sights. And they say, if you cross our red line, we are going to hit these sites. At that point, the war is not winnable. The war is not winnable. That guarantees a global economic depression, okay, which not only plunges Donald Trump's poll numbers further into the toilet, but what does it do? It destroys this stock market that's being propped up through, okay, we're going to give you good news one day, bad news the next day, good news this day. Like, once this happens and the bottom falls out of the world economy, it's game over. It's game over. But that's just my opinion. You could listen to this guy who says none of these fears of economic depression are founded, and that we should just go ahead and try to obliterate Iran anyway. Here's Mark Levin.
That's what's needed. Continue hitting ballistic missile and drone factories to destroy as much of its offensive military capability as possible, helping to protect, for example, the Arab oil infrastructure. And I know they're lobbying the White House. There have been reports on this. They're concerned about a wider war because they're concerned about the oil infrastructure, a worldwide depression, and so forth and so on. It won't happen. It won't happen.
Why not? I mean, based on what? How could you say it won't happen? The only reason it hasn't happened already, in my opinion, is because Iran sees this multipolar world emerging, and they want to prove themselves more stable than the discredited U.S. empire. And so they don't want to jump the gun and cause a depression before they are left with absolutely no choice but to do so, because then they will forfeit any perception that they are to be trusted with power over us. But they've made it pretty clear that if we push them to it, they will, in retaliation, or out of fear for their own safety and existence as a state, be forced to cross this red line, and that is a disaster for the world that we have not seen in our lifetime. That's why this was the biggest foreign policy blunder, arguably, in the modern history of the United States, because it did not take long. In fact, it was evident within a couple of weeks of launching this war that we were going to be stuck in this impossible situation where you can't negotiate a ceasefire because at this point the Iranians have had it with our shit, and we can't escalate to victory because they can collapse the world economy before we can destroy their state. So it's checkmate. It's checkmate. It's just a matter of when we admit that. But it's not going to be easy with guys like this in the president's ear. He goes on.
But take out all the offensive abilities they have, and I think that's what the president is doing as a matter of fact. Target government buildings. Target the IRGC and regular Army facilities. More on the communication centers. Hit their banks. Hit their financial centers. If we want victory, and we want to get this over with, this is the only way to do it. And reconsider our aversion to hitting their oil production and refining facilities and infrastructure. The fact is, this is the surest way to cripple the regime. Don't worry about rebuilding the infrastructure. There are multiple ways to do that after the war, with a mini Marshall program.
Oh, yeah, Marshall program. Yeah, it's going to be a Marshall plan for Iran. Yeah.
There are ways to deal with it. Do not worry about that right now.
No, they were born yesterday. Yeah. Marshall plan.
Victory brings many opportunities and possibilities. Diplomatically, no ceasefire for at least 30 days and perhaps longer. No negotiating for at least 30 days and perhaps longer.
All right, that's enough. Where was the Marshall Plan for Libya, by the way? Was there a Marshall Plan for Libya? No? No Marshall Plan for Syria? No Marshall Plan for Iraq?
Oh, I think the slave trade was the Marshall Plan.
That was the
Libya.
Marshall Plan? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. I stand corrected. It just, okay. All right. So I guess that was the Marshall Plan for Libya. Marshall Plan for Afghanistan? Oh, wait, we didn't need one because the Taliban took over within minutes of us leaving. So, okay, that's moot. That's moot. But as for these other states, I'd like to, they're probably wondering where's their Marshall Plan. They've been waiting for a Marshall Plan for quite a while, haven't gotten one. So, yeah, we're going to say, yeah, no, don't worry. After we obliterate them, we're going to come up with a Marshall Plan. What he ignores is that, I mean, it sounds crazy to even be arguing with this. It's just absolute nonsense. But as long as they have the ability, even if you did the kind of damage that he's saying we could do, as long as they still have the ability to strike in retaliation, and they hit all those sites that was just outlined, which is sites that they're promising to hit, that's it. It's over. It's over. We're all rushing the stores for canned beans at that point. So it's not winnable. It's not possible. Even if you are a fanatic like Mark Levin, it's simply not doable. And so what did we get? You know, pretty soon people are going to start taking bets as to like what time are we going to get the taco tweet? Not is there going to be a taco, but when is it coming? All right, when is he going to say, all right, we're going to hold off? Well, here it is. 10:08 p.m., August 1st, 2026. Oh, this was the tweet. Well, this was when the White House sent the tweet. So this had to be within minutes of when he posted it on Truth. The USA is locked and loaded and ready to go against the Islamic Republic of Iran at levels of military terror. Interesting how you would describe a campaign as terror. Strength and power not seen since World War II. Despite this, there it is. However, We have just been asked by Iran and other Middle Eastern countries to hold off on any attack in the perimeters, the perimeters of a deal has been agreed to. I think he means parameters. Perimeters of a deal.
Yeah, I think he means parameters.
I think he means parameters. Yeah.
I think he means have.
Yeah, the parameters have been agreed to. That the perimeters of a deal has been agreed to. This would include the immediate, complete, and total opening of the Hormuz Strait.
Well, it's all caps, so you know it's going to happen.
That's true. Yeah. And an end to Iran's nuclear threat. Based on this request, I have agreed for the future benefit of the world and likewise the survival of a successful and prosperous Iran to cancel the attack, subject to being able to rapidly make a deal. Again, and he's done this over and over again, and he keeps doing it. He keeps showing his hand every move. It's not just that he talks big and backs down. He shows his hand. I have agreed for the future benefit of the world to cancel the attack. So what you're admitting there is that if you do this, you're going to plunge the world into a depression. Just like when he went on stage and said, I don't want to be Herbert Hoover. Like, he's showing his hand every time he does this. He's admitting by accident that we can't win. And what are you doing at that point? You're signaling to the Iranians that for all your tough talk, you're not going to hit them the way you say you're going to hit them because you can't. Because once they hit back, the world is in total chaos. The country of Israel joins me in this commitment. Oh, well, that's solid. Get to work every day and get it done. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Well, there you go. So Robert A. Pape says 5 times Trump threatened to obliterate Iran in days, only to taco. March, 48-hour deadline extended. April, Stone Age threat, ceasefire. June, called off strike hours before. July, held off on probable deal. And today, locked and loaded, halt attack a day later. So obviously, this has something to do with it. His poll numbers have really taken a turn for the worse, and they were already pretty dismal. You're starting to see Democrats opening up, north of 5-point leads on the generic ballot pretty consistently, with some polls having them up at 10 to 11. Generic ballot in the 18 swing districts, Democrats +9. I mean, if that holds, it's tough to see where Republicans win any of those swing districts. If Democrats are, on average up by 9, that pretty much spells a clean sweep at that point in those 18 districts, which gives them easily enough to take the House back. Now you have him officially under 40%, even with the right-wing bullshit polls propping his approval up. It's still now under 40 points. And whether he cares about that or not, and I think he certainly does, they do seem pretty concerned about the midterms. That's why they're desperate to push the voter suppression through. This is the other part of it. Stock market about to open. Once you go past the point where you can manipulate the market with words, once you actually escalate to the point where Iran indeed can cripple the economy, well, there goes the one thing that you're holding on to, which is your stock market. And that affects the kinds of people who have more power than all the voters combined. And so when you add all that together, it was not surprising to me that he backed off. But here you really see once again, and perhaps more severely than ever before, just how close we are to disaster. Because Iran said straight out, I just read it to you, they know where they got to strike, and they are willing to do it if they have to. And we know that. I think the government knows we know they know that, because at this point, Donald Trump has just been completely undisciplined in how he has spoken about this. We're literally 3 times a week. He's like, we're going to hit the hell out of him. And no, never mind. Okay, we can't do it. You got leaks from the White House saying he's cursing out the staff. Just an absolute disaster. I think this has quickly and easily proven to be the biggest foreign policy blunder in modern history.
Caught in a trap and I can't walk out. Yeah, man, that's it. It's a bear trap. Once you stick your foot in, that's it. You can't get it out. A great man once said, the ability to destroy a thing is control of that thing. That man's name was Paul Atreides, sometimes known as Muad'Dib. He used that tactic to threaten to destroy all the spice on Arrakis until the Emperor, Shaddam IV, was forced to resign in the face of that threat. Now, Donald Trump probably will not resign, but Iran has proven the point. And of course, that was a metaphor for oil. Many read it that way in the Dune series, in which that appears. That the spice was basically oil. So,
Spice
man,
must flow.
the spice must flow. Desert power. He who controls the spice controls the galaxy. So yeah, a lot of people read it that way. And maybe the IRGC had a few copies laying around and took that to heart, because a lot of people read it that that Herbert was talking about oil. That basically the Middle Eastern countries could take control of the world if they're willing to destroy the oil fields. Because what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Right. Well,
Like, you'd have to back down. You forced Iran into a position where they essentially had to pull a Paul Atreides. Like, okay, well, if you push us hard enough, we're going to fucking destroy the world. We're going to destroy the resource that the entire world depends on for modern life, for the basic underpinnings of society. That's a no-win situation. That you can't beat that. I mean, Herbert was right. The ability to destroy a thing is control of that thing. And the Iranians have demonstrated, well, if you make it existential for us, we're going to make it existential for you. But now Trump has his foot in this trap and he can't get it out. Like, you could see from the MOU, that's what he wanted. He would love to just fold. He would love to fold, walk away, claim victory. Hey, you know what? All my followers are basically regarded. I'll just tell them I won. He would love to just walk. The Israelis won't let him, man. That's what made it such a perfect trap. That is why even half a brain Biden wouldn't do it. Guy with Trump, a lot of people believe, I'm among them. They have some tapes from that island, and that's the deciding factor. I don't think it's the money. A lot of people give him money and he stabs them in the back. I don't think it's the money, man. I think they got something on that cat that he just can't have come out.
Yeah, no, you gotta lay off. You gotta lay off the pussy. You can't get involved with that shit at this level of the game. You can't. It's too compromising. You just can't do it. And I mean, I think you're right. Obviously, that's been my take all along. He's the one guy who was compromised enough to actually do this. And now we're in. And Iran's making it very clear that, like, we can't get out at this point, even if we wanted to. The only way out is still to fully implement the MOU, which means you're gonna have to pay them reparations. You're gonna have to give them the straight,
which is what he wanted to do.
Of course,
the Israelis would not let him do it.
Of course, he wanted to do it. He still wants to do it. That is still the only way. Like, this is what, at a certain point, it's got to be made clear that is the only option. The only option is to implement the MOU. That's it. The only hope of that happening is they get clobbered in the midterms. Trump doesn't want to deal with impeachment after impeachment. He resigns. J.D. Vance, butt boy Vance, goes in and he says, all right, MOU done. Signed, sealed, delivered. It's a new day. I'm the peace candidate. Israel, we did all we could for you. Hope that was enough. And you move on. That, to me, is the only hope that it doesn't escalate, because as long as this guy is making the decisions here, first of all, his brain is soup. He's fried. He's toast. I mean, the guy he can barely talk anymore. But as long as he is at the helm, you're going to be in this impossible situation. And is this kind of like tit for tat going to go on forever? I think the midterms are really dictating the clock and the pace of this. But you know, it's a very, very volatile situation. It's an impossible situation. And so for now, it's the biggest taco salad of the war so far. All right. Let's do some super chats and some Rumble rants here. I'll take some rants first here. If the DSA wants to win outside liberal bastion, they need candidates like Graham Plattner, and there were many against him pre-glute accusations because he reminded glued accusations. I like that. He reminded them of their high school bully. Well, you hear this other guy, this Republican he's accused by his father-in-law is the senator from Ohio. He's the representative. Apparently, he is accused of beating up Max Miller, beating up his wife, like throwing hot water on her, doing something to the. And he didn't resign. He's like, "No, fuck it. These are false accusations. I'm staying in." So we'll see how that works. Kirk, the 11. So I've got a touche to V Prime, and this will be my rant. The revolution will not be televised. Why is that a touche to V Prime? Don Sebastian Demora. Russ, are you familiar with Ad Reinhardt's How to Look book? It's a compilation of his illustrations based on a show at Zwirner 13 years ago. Please check it out. All right.
Okay.
Mark Pugliese. I heard an art critic gush one time that modern art was so revolutionary that it changed the way art was done for the first time since painting was invented. Yeah, well, that's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
Don Sebastian Demora. Rush was my first concert that my dad took me to when I was like 13. Good for you.
Wow.
Yeah, still crushing it. Ugly Old Broad says stuff. Emailed a great video link on Binface. I hope I got that right email anyway. It's a feel-good piece. All right. Yeah, I've never heard of this, but apparently a lot of you have. All right. You want to take some super chats over there?
Okey-doke.
In fact, we have a lot of them. Jake, can we do the scroll now? Because we have a lot of super chats here. So let's do our scroll now. And yeah, if you'd like to support the show, dudissidents.com/Patreon/Substack and /locals. It's $5 a month. It helps us out.
There is no / Keaton.
That's right. / // It helps us out tremendously. You get Film Club. Film Club is going to be this Thursday night with our friends at Right Brain TV, giving us their access to their great film library. So shout out to Right Brain TV. That'll be Thursday night after the afternoon show, so it'll be a doubleheader. And then on Tuesday night, it is primary night, so you're getting a Tuesday show this week, folks. It's going to be a primetime show, 8 p.m. Eastern, which coincides with the poll closings in Michigan. So special election night live stream, primary night live stream this Tuesday. That'll be for everybody. But also, if you're a member, Q&A tonight after the show. You get call-in access. So sign up now, please, and thank you so much for your support. All right, go ahead. We got some chats.
Russell's Peasant Mind. I was trying to think of something clever to say during this interview. I failed. Well, so did we. The content left me very distracted. Here is my chat anyways. 3 handsome, bespectacled men. That would be distracting for anybody.
Yes.
Peter Monahan, Gator Pete, dissident.
Oh, yeah, we got you. No, that's cool.
Love you
like
guys.
That. I like that.
Thank you, man.
Dissident's license plate.
Very cool. Larry Coldwater, 1964. Clement Greenberg was a CIA PSYOP. Who is that?
Clement Greenberg?
Yeah, we got to ask Tusker. I bet she knows.
Yeah.
French Laundry. Recent poll found MAGA shrunk by 40% since 2024. I feel like it's 60+%. Yeah, probably. Although you got to remember, a lot of Trump voters always didn't consider themselves MAGA. They just hated the alternative. Pseudo notice. Please look at the new number of 680,000 Gazans killed. I looked at it, and it is not an estimate, but an actual count. Maybe you can bring attention to it. I haven't seen it. Have you seen it?
I haven't seen it, no, but I will look at it. Yeah, that did not come across my my feed.
Comrade Cranky. Herman Melville would have been 207 years old today. All right, so I need
sources that are not Twitter, because you miss a lot of this on X because they just send you the dumbest bullshit that they can find. Like, we got to start sourcing news from other places.
Yeah. So I'm not just saying this to say it. Moby Dick really is my favorite book of all time. P. Walker, Trump does multiple surprise attacks on Iran. Then President Manchild gets upset when Iran sneak attacks once. Yeah. Well, they're not supposed to fight back. 0744 Pete, I'm tired of the fake deals and the talk of stopping aid to Israel. We are way beyond that. Israel needs to be stopped by any means necessary. Yep. P. Walker, depression won't happen. It won't. You should read that one.
Depression won't happen. It won't. Disregard Iran shutting down the Strait of Hormuz when I said that wouldn't happen. That's right. That's right.
Russell's peasant mind. Hearing Trump say they're going to get a beating leaves me all flabbergasted. Oh, my.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're going to
my.
beat the shit out of them.
Florida Man Bear. Marshall Plan for Libya. Love you guys. And
yeah, we're getting a Marshall Plan. Give him a Marshall Plan.
Territ. We are governed. Our minds are molded. Our tastes formed. Our ideas suggested largely by men who we have never heard of. Edward Bernays. Yep.
Good pull, and thank you for the generous contribution, my friend. Appreciate that very much.
Larry Coldwater. How about a Marshall Plan for Flint and East Palestine? Yeah, that would be a good idea. Fuzzy Balls. A long time ago, George Carlin told me not to vote. The last time I voted was Al Gore in 2000. Now both parties are full-on war pigs. George was right. Yeah, it only encourages them, right? Russell's Peasant Mind. Swap Uncle Leo for Mark Levin. Totally different government.
Yeah. For real?
What's the...
Is that for real?
For real?
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Kuznetsky was saying, hey, Levin, the U.S. is out of munitions and SOL. Yeah, that's what they're saying. All right, I'll give you one more. PMC, has the accelerationist case for a second Trump term been proven correct? Seems like turning point for the empire. The ball's in play, man. We'll see how it turns out.
Yeah. Yeah. I would say, yeah. I mean, I think where some people lose the plot on that is, it's only an accelerationist case if you are actually like willing to then, change course, right? Like once things get so bad and you start, that people start, getting power to actually change things, you have to kind of go with that, I think, as opposed to double down on the idea that everything needs to collapse until we all starve to death.
Yeah.
That's not a great lawn sign, I got to tell you. That is a tough sell.
In this house, we believe in bubonic plague.
In this house, measles is based.
In this house, measles is much better than the vaccine for measles. Yeah, you see the RFK Dana Bash thing? That's like the two worst people having an argument.
I know. I felt like getting between them. Hey, listen, can we both just agree that Israel has the right to exist? Come on. Let's
I mean, those guys should just be bonding, right?
Exactly. Come on. What are we fighting for?
Hey, I said it was an aircraft carrier. You don't have to talk me into it.
Yeah.
All right. Want to go to the next segment?
Let's do it.
All right. As you might have heard, there were some uninvited guests coming to the Spanish colonies. And if you're like me, and by like me, I mean uneducated American, I didn't even know that Spain had colonies on the coast of Africa.
I never heard of this place. I didn't know how to say it. Sueta. I never heard of it. That's why I wasn't going to do the segment. I'm like, I'm just going to embarrass myself. Never even heard of this place.
Exactly. Yeah, and you're like, well, I mean, after Helen Moran,
you do it. Yeah. You do it. Yeah. Exactly.
All right. Pavi G. A state of emergency has been declared in the Spanish city of Ceuta. I'm going to go with that. After thousands of illegal migrants broke the border coming in from Morocco. Ceuta is less than 50 miles south of the British-owned Gibraltar and less than 100 miles away from Marbella. All right, so let's take a look. All right, so here's a pretty good little explainer. Why did nearly 50,000 migrants enter Ceuta in just 24 hours? There's different reports. I've seen it. Basically, the reports are ranging from 45 to 65.
Deployed security forces and military personnel to its North African territory of Ceuta after an extraordinary surge of migrants crossed from Morocco. Spanish authorities estimate that around 65,000 people entered Ceuta within just 24 hours. At least 38 migrants trying to reach the Spanish territory of Ceuta have died after breaching the border from Morocco. But here's the
latest
question
numbers
nobody
I've seen are
seems able to
72.
answer. Was this an uncontrolled humanitarian surge, or was it allowed to happen? Why did so many people suddenly try to enter Ceuta at the same time? How did so many people reach the border almost simultaneously? Was the surge deliberately organised, or did it emerge spontaneously? Ceuta has always been more than just a migration route. It is also a highly sensitive point in relations between Spain and Morocco. Morocco claims Ceuta, along with Spain's other North African enclave of Melilla, as its own territory. And migration pressure around Ceuta has repeatedly become entangled with diplomatic tensions between the two countries. The most dramatic example came in 2021, when thousands of migrants entered Ceuta during a major crisis between Spain and Morocco. So whenever large numbers of people suddenly appear at this border, questions immediately arise about whether the movement is purely spontaneous, or whether political factors are also involved.
Okay, so yeah, kind of fishy that tens of thousands of people would all of a sudden show up at this border. But hey, if you want to look for maybe means, motive, and opportunity, you can go back to 2019, where Netanyahu's child put this out. Dear Arabs and Muslims, want to free occupied Arab Islamic lands? Here's a good start. And he specifically urged that they invade these two cities. Dear Spanish people, I see you all got upset. Ceuta and Melilla are tiny territories you own across the sea on another continent. Now imagine how we feel when your government calls for Israel to give away Judea and Samaria, West Bank,
Great point. Yeah, it's a great
which
point.
is the Jewish heartland, and its place of birth for more than 3,000 years ago. It's in the Bible. Check it out. Judea and Samaria are 15 kilometers away from Tel Aviv, our economical hub, and cut through our capital, Jerusalem. It is also half of Israel's territory. Even with it were about the size of Palma de Mallorca. We're about the size. All right, so here's the money shot here. Let's make a deal. We won't fund NGOs in your country calling you to give away Ceuta and Melilla, and you will stop funding NGOs in our country that calls us to give away Judea and Samaria. Rewind. Hang on. So you're saying you're funding NGOs in Spain to create an astroturfed campaign to give back these cities, which, however you feel about this, I will just say they've been there since 1580. It's never been part of Morocco.
Also, what Israeli NGOs are the Spanish funding?
Yes.
Do you have any evidence?
Well, that's
of
another
that?
point.
Seems kind of one-sided. Seems kind of like, hey, here's the deal. We will stop fucking with you if you stop fucking with us, except you're not fucking with us and we're fucking with you. You know?
Well, especially back then, 2019. Like, what?
Yeah.
All right. So,
is there
so
even
here,
demand for that within Israel? NGOs to give away the West Bank? Like, what is the
at that
demand
time?
for that? Yeah.
Yeah, from Spain specifically,
Spain?
coming
Yeah, no,
from Spain. So this is Netanyahu back in April. Spain has defamed our heroes, the soldiers of the IDF, the soldiers of the most moral army in the world. I can't believe they're still going with that. Therefore, I have instructed today to remove Spain's representatives from the coordination center in Kiryat Gat after Spain has chosen repeatedly to stand against Israel. Those who attack the state of Israel instead of terrorist regimes will not be our partners regarding the future of the region. I am not willing to tolerate this hypocrisy and hostility. I do not intend to allow any country to wage a diplomatic war against us without paying an immediate price. Looks like there's a lot of motive. Looks like there's a lot of motive going on. Here is our illustrious president kind of echoing Big Daddy's words here.
The Spanish. They're members of NATO, but not very good members of NATO. They say, no, we don't want to help other people. What are we doing, huh? They are not behaving nicely, but they will learn. Soon after they relinquished their grip on Cuba and Guam, the Philippines and Puerto Rico, and they were all ours. We got them all.
We got them all. Classy Tom Massey. Don't fall for the fake Fox GOP outrage. 2 weeks ago, the House passed a bill that green-lighted the transfer of Spanish territory to Morocco. Every Republican except me voted for it, but now they're acting shocked at the invasion. And here there's just a little bit from the bill. The committee notes that the Spanish-administered cities of Ceuta and Melilla are located in Moroccan territory and remain the subject of Morocco's long-standing claim. So kind of seems like they were signaling pretty hard that they were about to stage some kind of an action on these two territories. You know what's not kosher? Kosher posting about it. Guy with the screen name Kosher. This is not kosher. Horrendous scenes. Ceuta port in Spain has been overrun. Thousands of illegal migrants from Morocco and Algeria broken through the border forces. How is this not invasion and kosher? Let's look at his profile here. Just opinions of a Jewish dude. Anti-Semitic abuse on this platform is getting too much. Stand up to the hate. Well, isn't that funny? Isn't that funny that this guy has one of the top listings on this platform that he decries, but for which I'm sure he gets paid well to post shit like that. And from Power to the People here, this is what a coordinated, well-funded invasion looks like. Morocco's government did this in coordination with Israel and the U.S. to retaliate against Spain for supporting Palestine and opposing the war on Iran. Yeah, you tell me if this looks like a spontaneous migrant movement to you. Yeah, no, the police always just watch you unload from a truck. Very catchy. Yeah, that looks legit, where the police just kind of point you in the direction, right? And we have quite a lot of reports from a variety of sources, including, we usually don't like to fuck with CBS, but they're the only ones with this video, and it's pretty good. Of this guy being told, what he saw. He's explaining what he was shown on social media, urging him to go do this.
These people have been told that they're not going to be able to get asylum here, so they're being turned around and sent back right there. No, they're not letting people stay. That's what the police have told us. Everyone, they're making everybody leave.
But some people here in Kuzrucha go to Spain.
Can't go to
You can
Spain.
see, but most of them are walking this way because the police and the military have forced them to leave. The military says that they're not letting people stay, that you have to go back.
What about if many people stay here? No problem.
So your hope is that you'll be able to stay here?
Yeah. No problem.
So you read a news article that said that if you came here, you could claim asylum and live in Spain. And you read that and then you decided to swim over.
It says Spain is open the door.
It said Spain has opened the door. This was on social media. On what, on Twitter or Instagram? Or?
Facebook, Instagram. Everyone wants to be here.
J.D.
Why don't you
Seinfeld
wanna
tweet
go
out
home to
Spain has
Morocco?
opened door. Michael Rappaport says Spain accepting new migrants now.
There's no money in Morocco.
See. If you have a family, children like that, you can be happy all the life.
Do you have a family?
Yeah. And my mother, but you should be do something to live a good life.
So you really want
John
to leave
Podorets
Morocco, you
says
don't
come
care
to
where you go.
Ceuta.
Go Spain, anywhere. Just
Spain, Turkey, you just want to be able to leave Morocco. And why is that? Why do you want to leave Morocco so badly?
Okay, so you have a lot of reports that there have been a lot of social media posts telling them, yeah, no, Spain's just going to take you. Go ahead. This is from the BBC. How Spain's migrant crisis created a political storm whipped up by social media.
Whipped up by social media. Yeah, no, it's social media. Yeah.
You cannot find a better example, as we'll see, of the right wing and the Zionists working together to promote each other. Right there, Giorgia Meloni's call for an urgent meeting of interior ministers to be held on Tuesday was signed by almost 24 EU heads of state, calling for the elimination of all policies that could be pull factors to Europe. Above all, they mean Spain's controversial move to allow hundreds of thousands of undocumented migrants apply for residence and work permits and regularize their status. The government's pragmatic. Spain is aging and needs workers, but those who flocked to the beaches of Ceuta this week were not heading to sign up for a campaign that's already closed. The amnesty is closed, so they were not coming for that. Sanchez himself points instead to a recent ruling by Spain's Supreme Court. It said those who enter by sea cannot be pushed back immediately. The prime minister argues that was misrepresented by smugglers to promise an easy path to Europe. The crowd heading for Ceuta didn't need to pay smugglers, though, because most were Moroccan and the route is well known. The message was actually spread online. Migrants have shown social media posts to reporters with people shouting that Spain is open and jumping into the sea. Multiple accounts we've checked ourselves show young people in wetsuits and flippers or filming themselves already swimming, mixed with pictures from inside Ceuta itself. Some have only been active for weeks. Several have tens of thousands of likes. All their promises were false. The crowds who made it to kiss the shore in Ceuta with joy were met with nothing. Without food or shelter and with no way onto continental Europe, most quickly turned back. And this is from the Times. We've now spoken to several Moroccans who say they were encouraged to cross into Ceuta by the Moroccan authorities. Youssef Alawi, 26, said that as his group approached the border on Thursday, Moroccan police officers pointed them in the right direction. Quote, they just kept saying, go that way, Mr. Alawi said. He ultimately swam across the maritime border, he said, encountering several dead bodies in the water. Mohammed Amido, 37, said he had heard about the influx to Spain yesterday on social media, and that as he neared the border, Moroccan police officers said, come to Spain. We met Mr. Amito as he was returning back across the border to Morocco. There wasn't anything to eat or drink or any place to sleep, he said, so he was going home. And here's the old wall fucker himself, Tommy Robinstein. Ceuta has been turned into a third world city in only 48 hours because of Moroccans, making Spaniards minorities in the same length of time. A glimpse into the future for the whole of Europe, if not reverse fast. So he shares a video of a guy shitting in the street. Well, where are you going to shit when you come to a place with literally no shelter, no provisions, no nothing, right? You're going to go on the street. Where else are you going to go? Where are they going to go? Erica Laban, this is a Iranian expat, like that pussyless one. What's her name? Hirsi Ali, that one. 3 weeks ago, Spain held up a sign saying destroy Israel, a state that has been forced to defend itself from Islamist invasion. Today, after Spain was invaded by its Muslim neighbors, they are crying on TV asking for help. Enjoy the intifada. You know, they're really not trying to hide it much. Here's Jigsaw, Laura Loomer. The invasion of Spain by Islamic third world parasites is bad for society, but good for the acceleration we need to make the general public harbor animosity toward Islam. Talk about saying the soft part out loud. Right there.
And this doesn't sound like an Israeli op to me at all. I don't know.
No,
why.
not at all.
No.
Not a bit. We aren't saving the West until people realize Islam is our enemy. Events like the one in Spain build more consensus. We need majority of the world to come to hate Islam for people to have the courage to save Western civilization from what comes next. Matt Von Swall. Spanish citizens of Ceuta are now chasing down the Muslim Moroccan invaders on their mopeds and assisting police in tackling them to the ground. Let's freaking go. Take your country back. Do you see what I'm saying? It's all one op, man. It's all one op feeding off itself. The right-wingers, the Zionists, Matt Von Swall can't come right out and take the Israel angle. Right, would lose some credibility with his followers. He wants to keep some of the anti-Zionists in the tent, but they all serve the same agenda. Ben-Gvir, convicted terrorist Ben-Gvir, defense minister, security minister in Israel. My congratulations to the president of the government of Spain, Pedro Sanchez, for his profound commitment to welcoming immigration and human diversity. As someone who demonstrates great concern for Hamas and the residents of Gaza, I call on you to translate words into actions, open the doors of Spain, and grant refuge to the residents of Gaza who seek to emigrate. This is an excellent opportunity to contribute a little more to Spain's human diversity. Isn't it funny how they sound exactly like the Benny Johnsons and the other racist right-wing grifters in the manosphere? They sound exactly like Israelis, almost like they're getting paid by Israelis to spread this kind of rhetoric. And hey, we featured this in our Cooter story the other night. It was a very fishy story. Leaked, Israel is considered a genocidal apartheid country abroad, according to Israel's own research. Israel's best that was from Dropsite News. Israel's best tactic to combat this, according to the study, is to foment fear of radical Islam and jihadism, which remains high. By highlighting Israeli support for women's rights and gay rights, while elevating concerns that Hamas wants to destroy all Jews and spread jihadism, Israeli support rebounded by an average of over 20 points in each country. It's a big psyop, folks. Cernovich, the Israelis are being stupid here. Optics make it look like they planned this. You and I get the joke. See, you and I. But never make propagandist against yourself. Propaganda, I think he means. That's rule one of this stuff. Kendra Denise. But they literally admit it. Yeah, Israeli think tanks have been calling for this for months. Middle East Forum. Morocco should send a new green march into Ceuta and Melilla. Spain's Pedro Sanchez should make good on his anti-colonial rhetoric and end its occupation in Africa. Ynet Global, that's an Israeli outlet. Abraham Accords reached the Strait. How Israel can help Morocco reclaim its north. I mean, they haven't really been keeping it a secret. And what has Morocco gotten out of it? Well, Morocco has been in a long-standing dispute with Spain over control of the Western Sahara. Right after this migrant overrunning of the border, President Trump releases this statement. The United States has been clear. We recognize Moroccan sovereignty over Western Sahara, and we support Morocco's serious, credible, and realistic autonomy proposal as the only basis for a just and lasting solution. To be clear, it's not a question of Spain controlling it. I believe it's a question of Algeria controlling it, or Morocco. Kathleen Tyson. This Trump recognition of Greater Morocco and Western Sahara is Morocco's reward for being a faithful servant of Israel since 1965 and orchestrating the Ceuta invasion farce this week to undermine Spain. Kenneth Roth, this is a point a lot of the coverage is missing. Why would Israel want its ally Morocco to control Ceuta as opposed to its critic Spain? One reason may be that Ceuta is the closest point in Africa to Europe, sitting astride the Strait of Gibraltar, meaning that Spain currently controls both sides of the strait. The Strait of Gibraltar is only 8 miles across, as opposed to the Strait of Hormuz, which is 21 miles. If Iran can control the Strait of Hormuz, Spain could easily control the Strait of Gibraltar and potentially block Israeli access to the Atlantic. But Clint Russell sums it up very well. Israel funds and orchestrates invasions of Western nations. They did it with Spain today, Europe for a decade, and against the U.S. under Biden. The carrot is buying your politicians. The stick is mass illegal immigration. This is fringe thinking at present, but will be widely understood and accepted very soon. Honestly, it's genius. By genius, I mean diabolical. On average, left-wing politicians are not as pro-Israel as right-wingers. Flood these nations under left control. Population gets angry and elects the right-winger. Right-winger stops the flood, but it was really Israel who called off the NGO-backed invasion. And obviously, they fund and own the right-wing candidate. In our case, this is Trump. Yep. Now they have a dutiful puppet to support their expansionary projects in Syria, Lebanon, Gaza, Iran, etc. You might be thinking, but Clint, wasn't Biden backing them in Gaza? Well, sure, but that wasn't enough. They wanted Iran and Lebanon next. Only Trump was compromised enough to give them that. Yep. And you have dumb motherfuckers in America who still look at Israel as an ally. Insane.
Yeah, that's a banger. That's what we call a good old-fashioned banger.
Yep, nailed it. And here's Trump telling you how good this is going to be in his perspective. I don't think he's right, but he thinks this is going to be good for them in the midterms.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be great.
And when I watched it,
I think people are over that.
You got to show people, you know.
Camp David, and I say, that's going to be a talking point.
You know, the best thing we got is the Browns are going to come
you look at what happened
to where you
they
are.
Don't know what to do. And
Brown people running right for you.
They're coming in by the tens of thousands. They're just invading the country. And what that is weak law, bad management.
Keep the Browns out.
But very liberal law.
Build the
they
data
passed a couple
centers.
of laws, and people read. You know, people are smart. They read from other countries.
People are smart.
They swam that 3-mile swim, or however they got in, but nobody's seen anything like it. That will look good compared to what's going to happen to the United States. The biggest thing, the worst thing that Biden did is allowing 25 million people into our country.
Yeah. Yeah, I think what Clint Russell said there, yeah, I think that's exactly right. It has been very clear, and we've always said this, although we have a different theory of some of the criticisms of it. like Tommy Robinson. I have never on the show, I have always said that this migration is by design. I've never thought it was organic, but I've always said it's because of what we're doing in their countries. You're being manipulated by people like Tommy Robinson to blame these people instead of to direct your anger at your government, which is in bed with Israel, which is destabilizing this entire region. Most people don't want to leave their home. Most people will not leave their home unless you give them a very compelling reason. And what does Israel do? Directly and through its control over Western countries, it destabilizes all the countries in the region. These enormous migrant crises, which then empower far-right candidates who are all pro-Israel. You ever notice that? Like, if you're such a nationalist, wouldn't you be like, well, Israel can take care of its own problem? You notice none of them are like that. Every single one of these my country first politicians are all extreme Zionists. That is all by design. Clint Russell, he nails it right there. That's exactly what's happening. And this was just a very out in the open, to the point that it's almost mocking Spain, example of that tactic. Oh, you want to move against us and our interests? Well, guess what, motherfucker? You're going to have 60,000 people flooding into your territories on the African continent. And we'll do it again if you keep bothering us, right? And then they're using every part of the animal. You know, the right wing takes, see what's going to happen if you have left wing people. It's all one big clusterfuck. It's all one big psyop to get you to empower right wing people who, in the end, they don't care about immigration. They care about Israel. They're using immigration. Look what happened with Trump. He told you he's coming in, he's going to fix immigration. What did you get? You got a war with Iran, and you got your money going to Israel. That's the purpose of all of this. And you could see it by the postings from right-wing posters and from Zionist posters, all going in the same direction.
Yeah, and it's just obvious gangsterism in broad daylight. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. You know, I saw some people, I won't name names because I like them, and, you know, they're on the right side of everything, but, you know, I saw some people be like, seems like more evidence that this could have been orchestrated. Like, could have been orchestrated? What are you talking about? Like, as soon as I saw this, you knew. Like, is this orchestrated? Is it orchestrated?
How does that happen?
Does Robert F. Kennedy suck dead raccoon cock? Like, of course. This is the most obvious op I've ever seen in my life. Like, of course,
Right.
they pretty much
they didn't even
telegraphed
try.
it. They pretty much warned of it in advance. Trump with the, well, we'll see, Spain isn't behaving, and then Netanyahu came out and basically warned Spain to get in line, and then they taunted them after the fact with Ben-Gvir going out and tweeting about it. So, I mean, there was just absolutely zero question, zero doubt that this was orchestrated, and it's very much a gangster tactic. I mean, they are an international mafia. Oh, you're going to give us problems? Well, yeah, it's like they're just flaunting their control, and they're going to call you an anti-Semite for thinking they have some, you know, outsized control over things that you would think they couldn't really control. And I love how the media runs cover. Yeah, after a social media outcry, they showed up in Morocco. Yeah, like there's a bunch of kids on TikTok.
To be fair,
where do you think that social media outcry came from? Kind of burying the lead there, aren't you?
I will say this. I was surprised at this. I think I read 3 articles to get background for this story. All of them talked not really skeptically about that. Like, many people believe that this was coordinated by the Israel and the United States. Like, pretty straight. I was surprised by it. Like, it wasn't framed as some conspiracy theorists say.
Right. Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, it's pretty blatant. It was pretty blatant. I mean, and that's why, even though we're a couple days late on it, I thought we should cover it because it's obviously a huge event and just as obvious an Israeli op as you will ever see.
Sure.
And the fact that they are so willing and able to sow chaos throughout the world is really quite shocking and quite troubling when you think about it. I mean, if they could just kind of make this happen, at will, pretty quickly and pretty easily. It's pretty chilling stuff for sure. All right. You want to take some chats here. Mark Pugliese. I heard an art critic gush one time that modern art was so revolutionary that, sorry, did I fuck this up? I think we did that one already. There you go. Thank you, Mark Pugliese. All right. I think this one. Oh, okay. This one is a newer one. Professor Brown, no. We know Russ has the little robot. Which one is spying on Keaton? The Bears? The Conch? I see ending up debugging the whole shelf like Gene Hackman in the conversation. Ha, good one. CB Punk, I call bullshit. Your parchment background is obviously a CIA Rothko slop sign up to hypnotize us into watching you pricks for 4 hours. Nailed it. Vientikis, I think he just likes to touche me. Good one. Raven Laz, everything's a scam, everything's a lie. That's my MO, economy. Bye. Thank you. Speaking of East Palestine, we got a place here in Jersey, Keyport, that's been giving people cancer from dioxins for 40 years now. Is that near you, Vientikis? Theuda, C is the T sound. Maybe it's different pronunciations depending on what the accent or whatever. Because the video
I mean, that would
Theuda.
kind of make sense because Spain, they do the TH. Yeah.
Right. Fellas, if your lady wants to go down on her and you don't want to, just use the Mark Levin voice. She'll change her mind immediately. Yeah. Stoop sign. Morocco is illegally occupying Western Sahara, so that's something it has in common with Daddy Israel. Thank you, Stoop sign. Vientikis, these are the people that I would just stare at blankly and then rip a loud, juicy fart while they're talking. Furrow Queen. Hey, Furrow Queen. Haven't seen you in a while. I'm sorry, I'm never so direct, but what the fuck is the difference between the East and West? I left school at 16, but I remember if you carry on going West, you come out at the East. We're all citizens. That's right. It's a round earth, Furrow Queen.
Yep.
It's
That's what they say.
That's what they say. That's what they want you to think. What the fuck is Israel going to sail through the Strait of Gibraltar with? Try Reeves. Thank you, Vientikis. All right. You want to take some super chats over there?
Yep. P. Walker, Trump wouldn't be doing this if the ownership class didn't desire it. If Trump went against them, Trump would be gone. Absolutely. John, 2017, there is no / or slash and backslash. Just my opinion. LOL. Love from Florida. All right, so we have they gave up, man. There was somebody who was obsessed with telling Keaton that. There was another one he gave up too, the one who kept telling us to stop calling America America because it constitutes South America and Central America.
About that guy.
That guy, yeah, he gave up after a while. P. Walker, the only common
He's been
ground
institutionalized.
Yeah, probably. The only common ground between RFK and Dana Bash is their insistence to Palestinians not get any vaccine. Laura Kamiensky, Gabriel Rockhill, who paid the pipers of Western Marxism, is a deep dive into the co-optation and infiltration of the left to support neoliberalism. Please have him on. Great follow-up to this. Yeah, well, Tusker told me to have him on. Starch Manning. I think she might have put me on to Finks also, actually. She is Tusker is basically the Brian Epstein of Due Dissidents. She's the real creative force behind our success.
That's right.
Starch Manning. Oh, you guys are doing the cool kid chatter, huh? I don't know how cool we were, but we did the chatter. Yeah. Hey, Tusker, if you're watching, you're doing the show on the 23rd.
There you go. All right.
And that's that.
Should we announce that, or did you run it by her?
Yeah, you're doing the show on the 23rd. I don't want to hear. I won't take no for an answer.
Yeah, I'll be in sunny California. Seeing some family out there and friends and a lot of stuff.
Keaton's finally taking a break.
Taking a little break
for one show.
Take a little break. Yeah, taking one show off. Yeah, be about a 5-day break. All right. Let's move right on along here. All right, folks. Well, we had Cootergate. Now we got Poolgate here. DOJ dropping reflecting pool vandalism case against Olympian David Hearn, citing flawed work by a contractor. Who saw that coming? The Justice Department moved to dismiss the criminal case against Olympian David Hearn, who was alleged to have vandalized the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool, acknowledging the damage to the pool, quote, was the result of flawed installation by the contractor. Hearn pleaded not guilty to a felony destruction of property charge earlier this month after the U.S. attorney, for the District of Columbia, Janine Pirro, which that should be the end of the story right there, accused him of allegedly forcefully and violently ripping up parts of the pool floor. So this guy on, I guess it was it June 19th, was spotted reaching into the pool because he says he saw that the vinyl was ripped up. So out of curiosity, is what he says, he kind of reached in there and tugged on it a little bit. And now they're blaming him for having fucked up the pool. Pirro's office said in a filing Friday seeking to drop the case that it only learned of evidence pointing to a rushed and flawed installation process after Hearn had been indicted by a grand jury. The filing stated Pirro herself visited the reflecting pool on July 17th after it had been fully drained and became aware of significant damage throughout the pool area, which spurred the DOJ to request all documents from the U.S. Interior Department about how the pool was lined. Oh, you mean this guy didn't walk through the pool and start ripping up hundreds of feet of vinyl flooring? Those documents indicated a flawed installation by the contractor, Atlantic Industrial Coatings. They should have gone to Four Seasons Total Landscaping. With repeated failures of the lining during the installation process and extensive peeling of the lining throughout the reflecting pool, and a rush to complete the renovation project before the America 250 celebration on July 4th, according to the filing. Because these recently produced materials significantly undermine the evidentiary basis for the indictment initially supplied by the DOI and U.S. Park Police, the USAO-DC respectfully moves to dismiss the indictment without prejudice, the court filing said, meaning the case could be brought again. So here's a little flashback here. Justice Department now dismissed the reflecting pool vandalism charges against Olympian David Hearn because every word out of Janine Pirro's mouth at this moment was a lie. So here she was going out there, in the early stages of this quote-unquote investigation.
Part of the pool specifically, was the sealant already partially removed? Did he rip it back? And you just describe in detail because he maintains that it looks the same as it did before he arrived. That's his.
I'm not going to get into the evidence, but what I told you is what our witnesses saw and experienced. There was an effort, a violent effort to rip up the sealant from the bottom of the pool. And
I also just want to say to those of you who think I've had plastic surgery since getting this job, no, actually, we murdered a virgin and drained her blood into a bathtub, and I had to lay in it for 12 hours, but I've been very happy with the results.
I thought it was the same contractor who did the pool.
Whether or not, we think that, there is some situation that preceded it, we can state and prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he caused damage, and that damage is over $1,000.
Key in on that. How do you prove that $1,000?
With an expert.
Is that because
come to the trial.
It has to be drained? Is that because it has to be
We'll hear all that at the trial.
Did he have any tools, or was it just his bare hands?
Right now, we believe it's his bare hands, both hands.
So does that indicate
he used two hands.
It was probably damaged before, or do you believe that he...
he damaged it.
It was a two-handed job.
Had already been damaged before.
He damaged the pool.
Before he touched it.
He damaged this pool. Well, good. I'm glad you've got that evidence. Come on in the grand jury. You can testify. Next.
He damaged the pool. Sounds like one of the TV judges. I guess that's what she is. Right?
Well, that's what she is.
Yeah. Looks and sounds the part.
What a fucking clown show.
He damaged the pool. For your viewing enjoyment, a highlights film clip of MAGA circus clowns lying through their teeth about the reflecting pool crime of the century. Yeah, no, they pulled out all the stops on this pool gate here.
Very real, despite what Tim Walz wants to say, it's an imaginary problem. No, it is not. It's a very real problem.
Reflecting pool is so beautiful. They tried to destroy it. They cut it up with a buck's knife and tried to destroy it.
A lot of people, when this first happened with the pool, didn't believe the president that there was vandalism. That's not the case.
Yeah, it's not the case at all. In fact, I was at the reflecting pool yesterday. There not only is a vandalism that is reflected in today's indictment, but there is a cutting of the liner of the pool at the base of the pool for several yards across the pool. And someone was intent on doing incredible damage to the pool.
The contractors who did the initial work with the reflecting pool, are they to blame for the current condition, or is it the vandals?
We had vandalism.
No, it's vandalism.
But it peeled off. Why did that happen? Do you know?
It didn't peel off. There was vandalism. There was box cutters. There have been 7 arrests. There was people literally trying to destroy part of a monument. The reflecting pool is not just a pool on the mall. It is part of the Lincoln Memorial. And if anybody says that they're going to go and vandalize that, it's no different than if someone was throwing
And
paint
you're
on Lincoln
100%
itself.
sure that what happened with the liner was vandalism. You can prove it.
Oh yeah, absolutely can. And as we drain it, and we've got all the photographs we can see. I mean, there's no possible way.
There are photographs of a person or people cutting a 300 or 350 foot gash in the bottom of the reflecting pool?
Dana, I'm not sure why you and others in the media think that you want to keep trying to question whether or not
Yeah, I'm not sure why you want to ask questions. It's not like we're trying to put a guy in jail for no reason who clearly didn't do anything. So when Fox News owned up to this, they buried it in the sports section because the defendant was an Olympian. So they justified putting this in the sports section. Fox News' story about DOJ dropping the reflecting pool case doesn't mention Trump repeatedly claiming vandalism. In fact, it doesn't mention Trump personally at all. It's also in the sports section. Prosecutors moved to dismiss felony vandalism case against Olympian David Hearn over reflecting pool. Yeah, it's a sports news story. That's what this is. That's what this is. It's all about sports. The filing, DOJ filing, includes an email sent on June 11th by a National Park Service engineer to others in the Department of the Interior describing their concern that overspray of the new pool coating along the perimeter of the pool could lead to a 1 to 2 foot strip that is vulnerable to peeling. That was the area along the perimeter that Hearn was alleged to have pulled up, according to the filing. So, yeah, there it is. We've seen it in some videos here. A peeling section of blue coating is seen in the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool June 20th in Washington. That was, I guess, one day after Hearn was spotted there. The filing from her office on Friday concluded, given all this newly discovered information, it is difficult to attribute the widespread damage to the reflecting pool to vandalism, let alone to establish that fact beyond a reasonable doubt. Attorneys representing Hearn said in a statement Friday that the case against their client should have never been brought. Its dismissal today does not erase the abuse of government power in arresting and charging a patriotic American who did nothing wrong. The government's approach was ready, fire, aim, the statement from attorneys Norm Eisen, Mary Dorman, and Steve Levin said. The administration owes Mr. Hearn an apology, they added. The U.S. Attorney's Office declined to comment on the dismissal of charges. So, you think they got an apology? No. Donald Trump, I disagree 100% with Jeanine Pirro, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia on the reflecting pool. I don't know what she was thinking. To me, it was a pure case of vandalism that includes the grass, which had a big 8647 emblazoned in giant letters on it. But that's not the reflecting pool.
Yeah.
Like, you're citing something else.
Yeah.
Like,
that wasn't what the arrest was for.
That wasn't what the arrest was for. Like, obviously, somebody did that. Right? I mean, so I'm not saying there was no vandalism, but you brought a case against a person for a specific offense that they're now saying they have no evidence for. And other elements of the surrounding area. There may have been some contractor difficulty, but the major damage was caused by vandals. President DJT, again, citing an entirely different incident. Trump then posted this video, which Steve Huffman, one of the MAGA, real, like a real kind of, like bottom feeding, ex-MAGA influencer here. President Trump has just released this video of vandals sabotaging a reflecting pool. If you squint, I love that. If you squint, you can clearly see these criminals slicing 300-foot gashes into the pool liner. This is proof the liberals didn't want us to see. I don't know if that's a parody account or whatever, but I love how if you squint, you can see it clearly. Who knows? Maybe I didn't get the joke. Maybe that guy's just joking. But here's the video that Trump posts here. Oh, what? Did I not load it? Oh, no, there it is. It's in the tweet, so it looks like a tweet. But yeah, you can see that's very clear evidence of crime there. Well, that case closed. Yeah.
Well, when he's right, he's right.
When he's right, he's right. As you can see, he's a bunch of people gathered near the pool. That guy, I must have gotten Guffman wrong. Maybe he's an anti-Trump guy, and that was just a parody post.
I think it was a parody.
Yeah, there they are, kneeling down near the water. All right, well, there they are. Who needs flock cameras when you have this? Yeah, that's pretty damning proof. Look for yourselves at the vandalism that took place at the reflecting pool for all to see. Wow. Secretary Doug Burgum, who was part of the montage, he doubles down too. The evidence is clear. Vandals have repeatedly caused damage to the reflecting pool. Some of these acts were even caught on camera. We also provided the U.S. Attorney's Office expert and eyewitness testimony to the damage done by vandals and provided every piece of evidence they asked for in the requested timeline detailing each area of damage at the pool. The reflecting pool is part of the Lincoln Memorial and dates back to 1922. POTUS cares deeply about protecting our sacred national... I will remind you, folks, this is a gay movement. We're gay for that pool. POTUS cares deeply about protecting our sacred national monuments, and his leadership has led the restoration of our nation's capital by making D.C. safe and beautiful again. Intentional damage done to the reflecting pool is no different than defacing any of our other national monuments. We won't back down to deranged people who want to destroy, deface, or degrade our monuments. No, there's no mention of the individual who was charged with a crime without any evidence. Like they keep trying to double down on this idea that there were vandals involved in these actions, which obviously the lawn had some vandals, but that is neither here nor there as it pertains to this man. And that got, of course, community noted. The U.S. Attorney's Office moved to dismiss the vandalism case, stating damage to the reflecting pool resulted from flawed contractor installation and a rush to complete the project, not vandals. Now, apparently, this is the contractor. This has been tweeted around.
Hang on, this guy fucked up the reflecting pool. I can't believe that.
The reflecting pool. It seems like he was a little distracted. Should he have to pay for the repairs? This is Trump's friend who he hired with a no-bid contract to paint the reflecting pool. Now Trump's own DOJ says the problem with the pool wasn't vandalism but flawed installation. Does he need to be cutting the U.S. a check? I've seen pictures of this guy around. Multiple big accounts have said that he is the guy who was hired to fix the reflecting pool. Viral accounts like Occupy Democrats and all the lib sites. But I don't know. I can't say for sure. If I had to guess, I would guess it's these guys put the pool in. You're gonna install that reflecting pool. Look, this is a funny story, but it's not a funny story. They terrorized this guy for no fucking reason at all, even though they had no evidence.
It's like sandwich guy.
Yeah. It's like sandwich guy, the guy who threw food, and they threatened him with jail time and the judge gave him a slap on the wrist. So this is not even sandwich guy. This was the guy. Apparently what he did was he noticed that the pool was fucked up and he reached into it out of curiosity just to see what was wrong with it and touched it a little bit. And they're saying that he pulled up. Yeah, no, that's what a person wants to do. A person wants to risk being prosecuted by this fucking freak show of a White House and a DOJ.
Well, and also, how would he do that amount of damage?
How could you do 300?
From what I understand. Yeah.
Well, apparently this is what prompted the geniuses running the DOJ in, I guess, the D.C. branch of it that Pirro presides over. This is what gave them the hint that it couldn't have been this guy, is when they drained it, they realized there were gashes everywhere, right? They realized it was fucked up everywhere. So when you took a closer look and you realize, hey, it wasn't just this area near the perimeter where this guy was hanging around, it's widespread. You must, oh, well, that must mean it was flawed installation. What are they alleging? The guy, they got guys swimming
flawed
around
installation.
The pool?
We here at Tony's House of Linoleum stand by every installation. Including the reflecting pool.
It's anti-Italian discrimination. That's what it is.
That's what it is. Yeah, man. I mean, when you've got Janine Pirro not willing to do the work of her Dark Lord, let it go, man.
Yeah,
but they have to just keep doubling and tripling down for the 17 remaining mental defectives who believe in this administration. Right? Like,
hey, I mean, it is.
See, he showed the video.
He showed the video. The guy's standing right there. I mean, it is a sad
That's
sack.
who it's for.
What a sad group of people they have turned into. Really, just incredible. All right. What do we got over here? All right. You want to take some super chats?
All right.
All right.
Mishutski, super sticker. Thank you, sir. Andy Gardner. Guys, I'm starting to think there's some funny business going on with Suda. Crazy as it sounds. God bless.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This might be
that's a conspiracy theory.
This might have been manufactured.
P. Walker. Why pay to have something done correctly the first time when you can pay triple and be forced to have it redone a couple days later? Yeah, or maybe he just should have left the fucking reflecting pool alone. Wasn't this
just
to make
leave
it
it
more
alone.
blue?
Yeah, what do you mean? Yeah,
this whole thing was to make it more blue.
Yeah.
P. Walker, is Janine Pirro in a race with Larry Loomer for the 2026 most plastic surgery title? Isn't it funny, man? Like all the women in their orbit have to get all this plastic surgery. Comrade Cranky, over 500,000 dead Palestinians. Come on, humanity. We got to stop this horror. It would be nice. Max Swaggy, Bondi Beach shooting stopped protests in Australia. Yeah. I can't get into that too much because my ex-wife was there. You know, I stay off that subject with her.
I'm thinking instead of calling them migrants or anything like that anymore, I'm going to call them something else. I'm toying with Jewcationers. Thank you. Anticus Prime. Tofu drag reflecting pool. Expect everything to be like that soon. Thank you, Vianticus. People saying DJT will star in a CBS-produced Narcissus directed by Brett Ratner. Aha, just when you think it couldn't possibly be any shallower, he drains the pool again. Thank you very much for that. All right, folks. So, hey, some of you guys are starting to tip us through the Rumble wallet. So let's tell you a little bit more about it. Technology is changing the way the economy works, and it's changing the way money works. And so you got to ask yourself, how much control do you have over your money right now? Well, Rumble Wallet takes all the complexity of the new economy and makes it super simple. So once you sign up for Rumble Wallet, which you could do by scanning the QR code on your screen or going to wallet.rumble.com, you can choose Bitcoin, dollar-backed stablecoins, or even digital gold backed by real gold. There's no complicated setup. It connects you with MoonPay, so you can use your credit card, your debit card, or your bank and be up and running in just minutes. And once you're set up, you can even support your favorite Rumble creators like us directly. Shout out to Abiding for sending us those Rumble rants through the Rumble wallet today. That's the ticket. So get started now by scanning the QR code or the link in the description and download Rumble Wallet. From there, you can set your wallet up, tap buy, and you're in the game. It's a great way to support us creators here as we keep nearly 100% of donations. The platform takes zero fees. So sign up today, wallet.rumble.com, scan the QR code, or click the link in the description and get started with the Rumble wallet today. All right. Let's do a fun one. I think, what do we do? Fingers crossed, knock on wood. I think this is going to be maybe our second to last chance to do a Haley Stevens segment, as the primary is Tuesday night, and We will be live for those primary results. 8 p.m. is when the polls close in Michigan, so we will be live at 8 p.m. on Tuesday night, special show. So make sure you tune in for that. But yeah, this could be the penultimate Haley Stevens
I'd
segment.
say so.
Yes.
I'd say so. That freaking concession speech is going to be gold, though. All right. Well,
Coastal Elites just couldn't handle a Michigander.
They look down on you. They look down on you, Michigan. I'm gonna support Rogers, and I urge you to.
From a van down by the river.
So Abdul El Said was on a podcast, and they released this clip.
Watches this. Come for me. See what happens. Come for me. Like, I know you keep coming, but like, you picked literally the least capable candidate in America, right? And then Chuck Schumer doubles down, and then AIPAC doubles down, and part of me is like, okay, look, if you think you can beat money out of politics, money in your pocket, Medicare for all, come. But I'll tell you what people don't want. They don't want money in a foreign government. They want money here.
Mm-hmm. All right. So Haley Stevens responded to this clip. Abdul, we were both on the ballot in 2018. I was capable of winning my competitive primary and general election. You lost. You lost by over 20 points to Gretchen Whitmer. And you will lose to Mike Rogers by talking like this. I will win by talking like this.
Yeah. You're not going to lose to me, but you'll lose to Gretchen Whitmer.
Everyone in America understands you want to blame all your problems on the Jews. I mean, Jewish Americans. But, buddy, let me be very clear. I will lower the cost of groceries, ban stock trading for elected officials, stop Trump's abuses of power, and protect Michigan manufacturing. And you'll just be a celebrity whining and writing books to get even richer. You're part of the complainer class looking for their next book or podcast deal. Bro, I just want to work for Michigan. She told him, I'm not going to be complaining in my van down by the river.
Yeah.
So a reporter asked her about this post, and here's what she had to say. And, I must say, I thought Pete Buttigieg was pretty shameless about shoving black people to the front whenever he was on camera. But she's kind of challenging him for the most shameless use of black people as a political prop.
You said that your opponent blames all his problems on Jewish Americans. You're commenting on a video of him talking about the AIPAC money coming into this race. What made you say that?
Look, I think that there's been a lot of talk from my opponent throughout this race, about AIPAC, about, foreign policy and those issues. And actually, as I was driving out here, I was talking to one of our community leaders in Detroit. He just happened to call me. He's all fired up about the race. And he said, this is about what's going on in the east side of Detroit and the west side of Detroit. My opponent, you can look at who I've campaigned with versus who he's campaigned with. My opponent in this Democratic primary, he brought in Hassan Piker. This, I guess, talented streamer or blogger who has been, very anti-Semitic, who took Hassan Piker right to the college campuses, which we know have been really rife with division, right?
Yeah.
And, he took him there.
Excuse me, Miss Stevens. I've had a Jewish landlord, and I'm not too crazy about those people myself, to be honest.
To be honest, yes.
And this is someone
just
who
keeping
said
it real.
Deserve 9/11. I've been out campaigning in Michigan. I was in Grand Rapids a handful of weeks ago with the former commissioner of Social Security. People's Social Security is on the line. They are bankrupting, they being Donald Trump, they are bankrupting the Social Security Trust. A fully paralyzed veteran asked me if he was still going to have access to his benefit check. You know, we got to stand with our incredible veterans, you know, the earned benefits, you know, and look, I'm also campaigning, you know, with Scott Benson and Jerry, you know, and community leaders. You know, I brought in a civil rights icon, you know, my friend, my collaborator in the Democratic Manufacturing Work
Daddy, take away the scary white lady, please.
Group, Jim Clyburn. So I think who folks are campaigning with, you know, that needs to be called out. Look, you know, I
You know why
what
I voted
Michigan
for Obama a
leadership looks
third
like. I
time
know
if
how
I
to,
could.
you know, make it through a tough race and what it's going to take to bring people.
Well, I'm not going to answer that question about these people all being in the sunken place. That's not my story to tell.
Together when this is all over. You know, I'm saying that we're all going to be standing together, and I truly hope my opponent in this race, in this Democratic primary race, says the same. A gentleman from France.
Oh boy. Yeah, man, she's having a rough week. This guy, Walter Masterson, we should have this guy on. Haley Stevens canceled 2 campaign events because I showed up. It looks like that's for real. Haley Stevens departs rally amid shouting influencer cancels second event.
Jesus.
And the polling is not pretty. Abdul El Said, 54. This is from Emerson. Haley Stevens, 39. With leaners, it's even worse. El Said, 57. Haley Stevens, 41. By age breakdown, 18 to 29 plus 41, 30 to 39 plus 24, 40 to 49 plus 54, 50 to 59 plus 12, 60 to 69 Stevens plus 9, 70 over 70 Stevens plus 19. Look, I'm not even going to say it.
It's another one of those coincidences.
I'm not even gonna say it. I'm not
Just
even gonna
another
say
one of those random occurrences where the boomers happen to be just happen to be. That's all we're saying. Just we're not saying anything. Just one more example of how the more the more you're a boomer, the more likely you are to have a bad opinion. It's just one of those things.
Yeah.
And I know. You are a boomer and you're based. I understand that.
Yeah.
I accept that 100%.
I mean, I don't get if you're a base boomer, like, why wouldn't your reaction just be like, yeah, I fucking hate the ones that are still alive? I mean, seriously, like, why would you defend the cohort when obviously the cohort sucks? Like, wouldn't you just want to separate yourself from the cohort? Like, look, I'm an Xer. And if you look like, okay, so the 40 to 49, that's like elder millennial, younger Xers. Plus 54. But if you get right into my territory, like Xer, they're plus 12, which kind of confirms what I've observed. Like, basically the Xers can go either way. They can go Hillbot. Like, that's a very strong Xer contingent. Like, they're right on the border of the boomers, but they're not quite like the boomers. Not quite, but they're definitely closer than the millennials are. Look at the millennials, right? Plus 54.
Oh, yeah.
Rudy Bachman, I am going to put my foot down and say that if this is the result next Tuesday, Michigan Dems will lose a Senate seat, and they should, and probably their chance of taking back the Senate, meaning at the very least 2 more years of Trump shaping the judiciary of the country. Rudy Bachman, so Italian guy, right?
Yeah.
So Gen X girl dug this up. Good work. She's going to get a lot of love in this segment. The vote blue no matter who people in 2021 versus now. Queen of Hoops snark. And this is 2021. Fuck anyone who didn't vote for Hillary in 2016. Was I supposed to vote for someone I didn't like? Yeah, you were, Todd. Same account now. Lifelong Jewish Democratic voter with a master's degree here, and I'll be leaving that race blank if El Said is the nominee. He's alienating historically reliable voters like me and my dad, who is an attorney and lifelong Dem voter. Oh, all of a sudden, what happened? Yeah, you were supposed to vote for someone you don't like. I guess that goes out the window when it's someone you don't like. When it's someone you don't like, it's another story.
And when you announce that you're Jewish, right? Because that obviously we're supposed to make an exception.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, that justifies anything, right?
You could
Everything's justified then. You can do no wrong. just in, Jeanne Shaheen endorses Haley Stevens over Abdul El Sayed in Michigan's Democratic Senate primary. So her Senate endorsers from Interactive Polls here are Chuck Schumer, Senator Shaheen, Senator Peters, Senator Gallego, Senator Coons, and Senator Cortez Masto. And this graphic also from Gen X Girl. Boom! All 6 of them. All 6 of them are lucky APAC winners. All of them. The least of them is Ruben Gallego. The rest of them all have. Oh, Chucky's under $500,000. I'm surprised. 411,000. Nothing to sneeze at. Jeanne
Yeah, but
Shaheen.
come on, you're telling me that guy wouldn't shill for Israel for free? I
Hey,
say
well,
that's
that's
money.
why they don't.
Yeah,
Why
would you give him
pay
anything?
Schumer? He'll do
Why
it
would-
anyway.
He'll do
Why
it for
waste the
nothing.
money?
nothing.
Cortez Masto, look at her, 834,000. Man, she's the winner here. She's the big winner. Jeanne Shaheen, 533. And of course, Haley Stevens, man, 30 million just
Yo.
because of this race. Just because of this race, man. How much money they put into this race. And it's not just APAC. Look at that, man. She needs one of those race car jackets, one of those F1 jackets, right? Goldman Sachs in there, UBS, BlackRock, Boeing, AT&T, McDonald's. Yeah, nah, she's gonna vote against corporate interests when she gets in there for sure. But you know what? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's like this everywhere. But this video, if Gen X Girl made this, check out Michigan's lawmakers singing and dancing to "Long Live Israel." What the fuck's wrong with them in Michigan, man? What's going on over there? I mean, what the fuck, man? I is there any other country they would do that for? You see people dancing around, doing a tarantella for the for the fucking Italy. Like, what the fuck, man?
No,
What
it's
the
really
fuck?
amazing.
James Lee, to anyone defending this as standard behavior between allies, have you ever seen the Israeli Knesset hold a Long Live America celebration? No, of course not, because they are a virus, and to them, America isn't an equal partner. It's just a host. No lies detected, man. So this was pretty funny. New microbrew just dropped in Michigan. Pack your bags and go home, Haley. Yeah, in just a couple days. But Mike Rogers released some AI slop here. Don't be fooled. Abdul El Sayed, Bernie Sanders, and AOC are trying to bring communism to Michigan. We won't let them. Let's get to work. All right, so let's see this slop.
They'll never see us coming. They really think we're just Democrats.
Wow.
And how much does he get? Not that much yet. But yo, man, when this race comes down to him and El Sayed, he's going to be in the 30 million club overnight. This guy, they're going to pour a lot of money into that race. Only 158,000 so far. Abdul El Sayed. So Mike Rogers and DTE, that's their local power company, want to force a data center into your backyard to turn me into
Yeah, right.
Odysseus.
Yeah.
Well done, sir. Well done. Yeah, she's gonna go down in humiliating fashion, and it'll be interesting to see how that ripples through national politics. Because if they can spend that kind of money and have it actually, I would argue she lost by more because of APAC than she would have lost by if APAC had never gotten in the race. Well, what's that going to signal to everybody else around the country who's running as an unabashed Israel first candidate taking that APAC money? I mean, it's going to make them, in the end, these politicians like their power and their access, man. Like if they get the message that you're going to lose if you take AIPAC money, which is exactly the message we want them to get. This could have a big ripple effect in both parties, obviously, particularly the Democratic Party. But yeah, there's definitely been a corner turned. The American public, you are not going to be able to sell them Israel. This is why, and they know it, this is why they're rushing to force through the NDAA section that would force a merger of our militaries and intelligence services. This is why the Ellisons are going on a scorched earth march through the entire media and social media landscape to try to just buy everything so that nobody can do any meaningful reporting on Israel. This is why they're unleashing bots to try to train the AIs in what responses they give around Israel, because they know they cannot organically, authentically win this argument. And in the end, this is the good news. You know, we don't usually go white pill here. I don't think it's going to work, man. I don't think it's going to work. I don't think you're going to be able to convince the public that they want to send their money into Israel. And I don't think you're going to be able to shut down that conversation fast enough for the momentum not to push politicians who support that out of office. I think that's what you're seeing here. I think for Israel, yeah, man, like they might, through their corruption, get that NDAA through. And it's going to get ugly, man, but you're not going to get the public to accept it.
No, if you look at like a word cloud of what people associate Haley Stevens with, it's AIPAC,
Yeah,
it's
I saw
Israel,
that.
it's
Yeah,
corporate
yeah.
money. So the anti-Israel message and the anti-corruption message is really resonating. And, you know, I think Michigan is a very tricky state. It's a state that's going to say a lot about the viability of these sort of progressive candidates. And, you know, we'll get more into that on Tuesday because we're going to cover the results as they come in. So I will save some of that for Tuesday when we'll get more into it. But, you know, for now, what I'll say is that when you have this amount of institutional clout going behind a candidate and she crashes and burns like this, you know, I didn't watch the debate. Apparently it was a disaster. It must have been because
It
you know,
was.
C.I.A had the edge, but it was single digits. Now it's double digits. I mean, now he's running away, you know, 12, 15 points. I mean, this is a laugher at this point. This is getting into, you know, real landslide territory. It shows you, you know, just how their influence is on the wane. I mean, the retiring senator endorsed Stevens, and she's got nothing. I mean, Schumer, all these people, Whitmer, all these people. It is a real repudiation
Right.
of
Yep.
the establishment, even within Michigan.
Well,
That
that's
tells
why
part
this
of the story.
communism shit is not working, because you've driven people to a point of desperation that they don't care.
They don't care. Just like they didn't care that Trump was not qualified because they were driven to a point of
Right.
desperation, right? So yeah, I think part of it is it's a definite repudiation of party leadership. But another part of it is just how dismal this candidate is. Like, and I said this from as soon as they pulled this. I'm like, why, if you were going to rig it, wouldn't you try for McMorrow?
Right. Yeah.
Like, McMorrow is maybe sellable. I think Syed, you know, has enough juice. In Michigan, there's a big Arab and Muslim voting bloc, so he's going to have certain built-in advantages there. But,
A
you
lot
know,
of people have a thing for pale redheads.
like, she's a cringy lib, but in a blue wave year, you could probably sell a cringy lib in a general
Yeah,
election. So if you can
right.
push her over the top, you'll probably be all right. This was never going to happen. I mean,
Yeah.
she is
It's
just
very
miserable.
strange that they went that. I guess because she's already in Congress. The
I
other-
guess,
Yeah.
but like McMorrow is,
She
you
had
know,
the
she's a
connections.
liberal Zionist. She's that dang Netanyahu, right? But like in a state like Michigan, where obviously it's been proven already, you can't be all in for Israel and win Michigan in this environment. I mean, Michigan, you know, went for Trump largely because the Arab and Muslim
Look at the
vote
Israel
protested.
High thing, man. Look at how many of them.
And yet they're on there. Yeah.
Wow.
Like it was just, they got really, really greedy thinking they can push her over the edge when they should have settled for the other one, who they may have had a chance with. But this was just a bridge too far. It wasn't going to happen. She's got no talent. It's amazing looking at her, like just when you see her in front of that crowd there, in one of the videos you showed, like, does she enjoy doing this? Like, she looks tortured. Like, does she actually, like, what is she even doing?
I mean, she's got to know she's going down in flames. That's
absurd.
that. I'm sure that's part of it. Like,
Yeah.
she has to put a brave face on being on the verge of a humiliating, crushing defeat.
Yeah, I guess so.
But I gotta say, Kate, she is kind of growing on me.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, she's growing on you. She's growing on us. All right. Well, we will hopefully bid our farewell to Haley Stevens on Tuesday night at 8 p.m. All right, we got one more quick segment to do, but let's take some chats first, shall we? You want to take those YouTubes?
All right. Race car. I'm not familiar with the art market, but I think a person could do okay making large Jackson Pollock splatter pieces for new rental properties. That's the scam, baby. That's
right.
the scam. 0744 Pete, here's a dime for the Haley Stevens bit. Top-notch comedy. It's just a comedy show, or do you fellas ever cover politics? Just comedy, man. Just comedy. P. Walker, we'll stand with our veterans, but that's about it. That's because we'll be sending all your money to Israel.
That's right.
Haley Stevens. Nat the Cat Williams, look into Generation Jones. There really is two versions of boomers. Well, which one's supporting Stevens? Anthony, can't vote Abdul myself. He supports Ukraine war. Does he? A lot of them fail that test.
Are you in Michigan?
I guess he is, yeah. Turd burglar. Hey, I make a Jackson Pollock artwork piece every day naturally, but for some reason museums won't show my work. I can't figure out why. Yeah, this is what it looks like. Bringa Tigrinya. Last time any Israelis danced around for us was, hold on, there's someone at the door.
Yeah.
I worry about that. I'm telling you, when I get up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, I'm always expecting to get garroted before I get to the toilet. Natas, will I get a free e-bike after in a government-sanctioned pod studio apartment with a window view after the DSA takes my property? You will own nothing and be happy, my friend.
That's right.
Axel Strife, member for 38 months. Thank you, Axel. Don't forget that Massey got shellacked in his primary, even with his track record on policy. So I'm pumping the brakes on buying the hype. Yeah, well,
Yeah,
see,
but it's
man, they had
different.
that meeting, right?
Yeah, they had that meeting there. Yeah, they had the meeting there. The cookie summit there. They had a bowl of cookies on the table.
P. Walker, AIPAC doesn't demand talent, only obedience. Yeah, but it helps to get people elected, right? David Santucci, the show is growing on me.
Thank you, David.
And
sorry,
one last. Kawaii Cowboy, my lib mom who took the Ukraine flag off her Facebook profile pic last week, complained today about our government being owned by Israel. Yeah, see? Nobody likes this shit.
There you go. Hero says, ugly old broad say stuff reminds me of the see no evil monkeys every time she opens that pie hole. Surprised her rosary hasn't gone up in flames. Vienticus, look, we all know it's really just RFK Jr. trying to figure out a way to felch a pool. Let's put it to rest. Ugly old broad. Okay, Keaton, you got my generation on the Stevens BS, but as a younger boomer, I'm relieved it was only +9 on the idiot factor. Yep, well, you're in the 60-69 cohort was +9, and then the real older ones were +19. That's true. Monkey Rotary, are you saying Israel is the tapeworm of America? Thank you. Yeah, it's actually, he actually fared pretty well with the 60-69. The fact that he's only down by 10 in that group is actually not bad. Not bad for younger boomers there. Democrats should have gone with McMorrow. She at least had sex appeal. Yeah, man. Like, I think she was
That's
clearly...
what I'm saying, man.
Yeah.
You dress that bitch up in a leather bustier with some black lipstick.
Yeah.
Forget about it, man. She'd be up 58 points.
All right, folks, we got one more on the evening. We got a nice crowd in here tonight. Thanks all very much for being here. Thanks to Jake in the booth. We will be heading over to Rumble for our Q&A pretty shortly. Russ made an intermission tonight, so it's dudissidents.com
You'll get
/Rumble.
you'll get a little exclusive Rush footage there.
There you go. Some Rush live at Madison Square Garden footage. That's cool. So that'll be on the intermission. And then we will, of course, have our Q&A for you after this last segment. So if you want to hang out in the chat, all are welcome to watch and chat. And then members, Patreon, Substack, and Locals members can call in and join the show. All right, just a really quick one here for the road. So James Carville was very, very confident going into this midterm. And we're going to kick your ass. We're going to win everywhere. We're going to win up and down this whole country. But now that the primaries aren't going his way, he is starting to become a little bit of a party pooper. No pun intended. He now comes out and gives an ultimatum saying he's not going to be in the same party with Hassan Piker. If he becomes a force in the Democratic Party, I'm out of here.
Draw the line on this stuff.
Whatever Scott Galloway says, I believe it. I think that he's one of the smartest, most cogent, brilliant analysts there is. And I'm not sure what to understand what Madame is doing, but to talk about the larger Democratic Party post the election in Michigan going forward, I am not going to be in the same party with Hassan Piker. I can tell you that right now. If he becomes a force in the Democratic Party, I'm out of here. I have no intention of ever being in the same political party with that guy. Now, I think that a overwhelming majority of Democrats agree with me. But this idea that we're going to seize the means of production and just go look at the DSA platform. You don't have to look any further than that. And, Jackie, it may be that the two-party system is just going to be under tremendous stress here in the coming months. I mean, you see it with Tucker and Martin Taylor Greene and on the Republican side. You see it going on right now. And I can't sit here and tell you for certain how this is going to turn out. But the one thing I can tell you for certain, Hassan Piker and James Carville are not going to be in the same political party. One of us is going to leave. It might even be me.
Oh, wow. So you remember browbeating all the Bernie bros for not voting for Hillary Clinton? Hey, how could you not be a team player, right? Hey, you're not going to get everything you want, but you got to vote Democrat anyway. No, he's saying, hey, I'm out of here. And, the other thing, when he talks about the two-party system coming under stress, referring kind of obliquely there to, what's going on with like Tucker and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massie. Also, you're seeing a couple of states in the Senate race this year where independents are actually polling like ahead of Republican incumbents head to head. Like that's happening, I think, in Nebraska and I think in Montana. You have, those are red states, so like Democrats tanked there. Right. But there are independents who, if you take the Democrat out of the race, have a pretty good shot at beating the Republican incumbent. And that's why people are saying the Democrats need to just drop out in those races and let the independents take them on. So, yeah, you are seeing the two-party system start to come under some stress. Now, I think, unfortunately, there is no one third party that is able to sort of capitalize on that organizationally. But you are seeing some openings for independent candidates to break through because Israel is breaking the coalitions on both sides of the aisle. What it's really exposing is that there's a uniparty in the so-called center, and then there are people on the so-called extreme right and extreme left who don't want to go along with the Israel first foreign policy, and they are being kind of forced out of the party by the old guards of the party, Now, they're having limited success, obviously, because when he says, I think a vast majority of Democrats agree with me, he's, of course, entirely wrong. Vast majority of Democratic voters now are anti-Israel. Vast majority of Democratic voters now are for policies like Medicare for All, which the DSA is running on. And once again, as I said to Joel Whitney, as I said in previous episodes, if they want to neutralize the DSA, all they have to do is adopt the parts of their platform that are overwhelmingly popular, and they'll never hear from the DSA ever again. But they're not willing to do that. They have to draw the lines and drive the wedges between a pro-capitalist and pro-imperialist foreign policy and everything else on their left or their right. And that's why you're seeing guys like Carville for all of his chest beating and rah, 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 we're going to take everything, we're going to sweep the House and the Senate. He was very optimistic just a couple of months ago until these DSA people started winning, and now he's trashing the party heading into a pretty crucial midterm.
David Hogg was one thing, but Hassan Pike and that's a bridge too far. What happened in the old days when you would have just sat down with my candidate, done an interview, he would have raped you in the back room, and we would have just had his wife smear you if you said anything about it. That was when politics worked for people. You got this guy, Nick Kristoff, talking about dog rape. If it wasn't for dog rape, most of the people where I come from would be virgins.
Yeah. It's ungrateful, I tell you.
Yeah. Carville is just a disgusting old creep who at best was a grape enabler. You listen, man, you're working like that on the campaign. He fucking knew what Clinton was.
Oh,
he
of
knew
course.
what
They
he
all
does.
did. So did the
He
other
knows
guy,
what
the
goes
midget
on,
there.
what's
The
going
what's
on.
his name? George Stephanopoulos. Yeah.
George Stephanopoulos, of course, Hillary. They all knew that they had a freaking SA practitioner as their candidate. They didn't care. They just covered it up. He was the one who drag a dollar bill through a trailer park. That's amazing. Amazing what you'll find. Yeah, man. These guys are all disgusting pigs who want to act like they're moral now. And the media and the party has enabled them. Why isn't anyone connected to Bill Clinton toxic if they really believe what they say they believe? That's part of what's so maddening about Democrats. They don't even believe in what they say they believe in. All these Me Too bitches, man. I saw them all of a sudden when Hillary became the nominee, scrambling to blame Monica Lewinsky, scrambling to say she was a grown woman. I meet serious libs, female, say that to me. She was old enough.
Yeah,
she was old enough. She knew what was going on. She knew. Wow. They just turned on that on the dime. These people don't believe in anything. Like, why is James Carville why is his opinion even solicited? But this is what you're going to see. That's what you're seeing in the Michigan race, right? You see these people who were vote blue no matter who, as long as the nominee was someone they liked.
Right.
There's no vote blue no matter who for these people. You got Carville, you got Marr leaving the Democratic Party. That's what you're going to have. And we've been saying this for a long time. The real Zionists, they're all going to become Republicans. Of course they are.
Right.
There's very little daylight between these parties anyway. So why wouldn't they just go where the Zionism is? Because in the end, that's where their loyalty is. That's what they care about. I was talking to an old friend of mine about mutual friends that I've had to cut off because they're fucking Zionists and they're nuts. Like, you can't just tell them, listen, don't bother me about that shit. I don't know any Zionists who will respect that. Like, you could disagree about it's like a cult member. Like, you can't tell a cult member, don't act on behalf of your cult. You can't. Like, you can't attack Scientology until Scientologists don't respond to it.
Right.
Like, they just won't do it. They just will not fucking do it. These people, in the end, their loyalty is to Israel. And if the Republican Party continues in the vein that it's in, Israel first, and the Democrats get more and more pushed by DSA and by the victories of candidates like Mamdani and El Said into disavowing the AIPAC money, yeah, man, all these Zionists are going to run to the Republicans. It would not. I mean, James Carville, what would the difference be if he became a Republican?
Of course. Well, they will see that as now their fight to pull the Republicans to the center, which they may be able to do. They may be able to do as the MAGA goes out of fashion. But in terms of the Democratic base, as you can see, here, they took the news quite well here.
The same party with Hassan Pike. If he becomes a force in the Democratic Party, I'm out of
here. Where was that?
I am not going to be in the same party with Hassan Pike. If he becomes a force in the Democratic Party, I'm out of here.
That's probably, they took a sports game and then well done. Well played. Internet wins. Let's see who tweeted that out. Ostanax by heart. Well, nicely done there. Nicely done. All right. What do we got here? Monkey Rotary finally get a chance to watch the movie show on Thursday. All it took was blacking out at work. What happened? Blacking out at work? You all right? What do you bet? You on leave? I hope you're doing all right. Hope you're doing all right there, Monkey Rotary. Oh, my cat's meowing. I got to feed him during the intermission. Do you guys hear that?
Yeah, I hear that.
You hear him whining? Yeah, he needs food.
I love cats. I miss having a cat.
Yeah, he needs some food. He must be hungry. All right, you want to take that last super chat, and then we will close the lights out here?
Marianne Cummings. At this point, Stevens AIPAC backers may be settling for smearing El Said as much as possible during the NOM, then quietly support Rogers in the general election. Yeah, I mean, Keaton is skeptical that he can win with the party not backing him up.
I'm skeptical. Cool Blue is saying he'll win, and I hope Cool Blue will join us on Tuesday. I'll DM him, but if you're watching Cool Blue, you're invited to join us, of course, on Tuesday. Cool Blue seems to think he'll take it. I am not so sure, but I'm not going to go against Cool Blue. He's the boss. Whatever he says, I'll co-sign. He knows it better than me. Even I know I'm a nerd for that kind of data. Cool Blue is obviously more steeped in it than I, and Cool Blue knows Michigan better than me because he lives there. So I'll trust Cool Blue, but yeah, I sense it's going to be tough. The question is, do the Arab and Muslim voters in Dearborn come out in enough numbers to offset, frankly, like moderate white racists who are afraid to vote for guys?
Honestly, I think the disgust with the Israel first shit is so extreme, and because El Said is very talented and he's not DSA, I think that's good for him.
Yeah.
I think he'll win. I don't agree.
All right. Well, I hope so. I'm not saying he'll lose. I'm saying I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm less optimistic, but knock on wood. All right. Let's head over to Rumble for the Q&A. That means closing the lights on the main show here. DoDissidents.com/Rumble if you'd like to come hang out with us. But if not, that's our show tonight. Thanks to our guest, Joel Whitney, for joining. Thanks to the YouTubers and the Rumblers. Thanks to Jake in the booth. And thanks to the mods for keeping the peace in the chat. If you're hanging out with us for the Q&A, we'll see you after a 5-minute intermission over at DoDissidents.com/Rumble. If you're watching on Rumble, just stay where you are, and we'll see you in 5 minutes. If not, we're going to do a special primary night live stream Tuesday evening, 8 p.m. Eastern. That will be when we see you all next. If you're not sticking around for Q&A, until whenever we see you again, always a pleasure. Thanks so much for being with us this evening. Please do smash that like button and that subscribe button on the way out. And please do hype this live stream on YouTube. I don't know if you can hype a live stream, but you can hype clips, and that helps get the clips out. So smash that hype button on the clips if you can. That would be pretty cool. We'll see you in 5 minutes for Q&A, or we'll see you Tuesday night. Until whenever we see you again. Thanks again, everybody. We'll see you next time. Be safe and be well.
Courage!
Please clap.